Which idiots?
Well, good evening, everyone. Wow, this has been, yeah, yeah. It's been a thing. It's been a stuff and things tonight while trying to get this set up because apparently doing a refresh of the systems Saturday into Sunday and everything apparently working fine. Well, no. Google Chrome decided to spike my CPU usage to 90 something percent every time I would go into the meet. Yeah. Fuck you, Google, right now. So instead, oh no, this is not a PC Mac issue. This was a single program issue that, oh yeah, by the way, can't you run Chrome on Mac? So, yeah, eat a dick. But, oh, we have some fun in store for you guys today. I've had quite the experience lately with, shall we say, some people. Because that's about all that they're worthy of being called. People. Now, for those who haven't been watching the cesspool that is Twitter, I got a little something to play for you. everyone who's a veteran that has the proper role on the Discord server, you can come into the voice chat and join us live on air and come see it for yourself. So, is everyone watching?
Yep.
Is everyone
Yep.
Does everyone think they're ready for this?
I see you're blocked about 30 times, but yeah, I'm ready.
Oh no, that's him. I'm probably blocked about that many times from people because they don't know how to answer a fucking question.
They'd rather dodge the question than actually answer it.
Well, let's have some fun. Let's show the people what we're talking about. And now so everyone can listen.
They don't know the meaning of transparency or honesty. They can't handle being confronted. They can't handle being challenged. I just did a podcast interview 2 days ago. I don't think it's out just yet. With another progressive who doesn't necessarily agree with me on everything. We had a great conversation. We talked for an hour about our ideas and it challenged each other in a productive way. I've made a new acquaintance, Uncivil Law, who is a conservative lawyer, and we're going to be doing stuff together. You're going to see me and him on stream challenging each other directly. Because that is the essence of discourse. These people don't have any moral courage. Okay? I was going to say something else, but they don't have any moral courage.
That's rich.
They can't handle it. I challenged AT2 Productions to a debate. No response.
Let's hear that last part again.
Can't handle it. I challenged AT2 Productions to a debate. No response. Handle it. I challenged AT2 Productions to a debate. No response.
Really?
I challenged AT2 Productions to a debate. No response.
No response, you say. Well, Ethan, first off, why don't you try being honest and recognize that last night was the first time I ever heard you, saw you, even got... And here's the thing, it wasn't even directly from you. I had to hear it from a third party that you had challenged me to a debate. A debate about what? That's what I said. I said that I would consider it depending on the topic. What do you propose? And does anyone want to take a guess what the response was?
Gun control?
Blah, 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 blah.
Anything. You pick the topic.
Exactly. Anything. You pick. Sorry, motherfucker. You're the one issuing the challenge. You're the one with a burr up your ass. You're the one with the problem. Why can't you, nut up and actually say what's on your fucking mind?
Because that requires big brain think skill that he doesn't have. He little man who can't get idea across.
See, now here's the beautiful thing. I actually have a set of core values that are actually shared by a number of people here. Does anyone want to take a guess what the number one core value of the U.S. military is? And I'm willing to bet in militaries worldwide.
I know.
So come on, let's hear it from the warrant officer. What's one of the core values, if not the core value, that is shared between the Army and Navy?
Well, the Army has 7. Leadership, responsibility... leadership? God, it's been a while. Leadership, responsibility, ethics... No. Leadership, duty, LDR, responsibility... selfless service, honor, personal courage, I think sacrifice. I would go with ethics and morals.
So what was that H1 that you said?
Honor.
Yeah, it's almost like every branch of the military has honor in there. core values, meaning say what you mean and do what you say.
I feel like shit now that I don't know these, but these will add to it. So loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage.
Integrity is a big one in my book too.
Yeah, well, and that's where it is tied in with honor, because if you are an honorable person, your actions de facto will actually display integrity. Again,
They will be integral.
well, again, say a thing, do a thing, and it matches up and it's consistent. Apparently, some people don't know what that actually means because, yeah, if I'm talking shit about you, go ahead, show up. You're not blocked over here. I'll find a way to bring you on. Because, again, you issued the challenge. You were the one wanting the attention. Oh, wait, yeah, maybe that's what actually, really got him bent out of shape, because I said, that's not a challenge, that's a cry for attention.
How many subscribers this dude got?
I don't even fucking know, nor do I care.
So what's the history regarding said challenge?
This goes back to pretty much everything to do with Steve McRae.
I'll find a link to that video.
Now, here's the funny thing. We actually had Ethan on my channel a number of months back as a special guest on one of the first couple episodes of Kanar with Damar. Yeah, funny how now he seems to want to call me out by name without actually trying to reach out to me directly. See, now here's the beautiful thing. When I had heard that he had issued this challenge from the third party, my initial response was, I've never heard that before. Hang on, let me go check. And I went into my DMs to try to find where I had DM'd Ethan before, because I remember a couple months back, I told him, don't believe everything you hear from certain people. Like, oh, I don't know, a particular person who hasn't been honest in the last 14,127 days, 21 hours, 3 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Is that about the time that he was pushed out of birth canal?
Yep.
Would you like me to
Puny cock.
Jared, would you like me to share the link to the ProLib video that started all this?
Well, this is the one from last night, and yeah, might as well. Because Joey D asked, this might be a foolish question, but is Ethan a vet? Not to my knowledge.
Not to my knowledge either. And matter of fact, I don't think, even though we've brought it up several times around him, he's never said anything to us, so.
Icarus says, I heard he is the guy who ruined In Time. Like, I knew there was...
Yes.
I know there was something that happened there. I don't know what. I have no knowledge of it, so I'm not even going to speculate at this point.
My understanding, and this is just my understanding, and I posted this on a tweet earlier today, is that Prole basically put his political viewpoints ahead of a friendship that he had with Mikey Famine. I think I pronounced that last name right. And Mikey was working with Nick Suter at the time on In Time. Also, part of it was the part of it was also the I think he might have had something to do with Onsgar, but I'm not 100% certain on it, so I don't want to say it. But he is definitely a part of why Mikey's not on In Time anymore.
Hey, Jared, you see the channel? Just click on the voice channel and it should bring up boxes so you can see who's talking.
This way is easier.
Alright. That works too, I guess.
Because now everyone can see that, yes, there's stuff and things that go on. And yes, you get to see more of the Discord server when you are properly rolled. And yeah, there are other benefits and stuff and things that happen there as well. Oh, yes, Todd did bring up something rather interesting that I would have asked him directly. Because apparently when some of the shenanigans were going on, Ethan there decided to hear from the same people that are in Jason and some other people's ears about some stuff that had happened, and his immediate response was, "Oh my god, that's illegal. Someone needs to report them to the FBI. I mean, go ahead, find your local office's number and call and report them." Ethan? Hi. I haven't heard from the FBI, and I was one of the people that they were targeting, so, eat a dick?
I don't know. I like my response to you when you brought it up last.
Oh, which one was that?
Oh god, I have to go back and find where I actually tweeted it. Cause how long ago was that? Like a week or two ago now?
I can't even remember that for sure. But here's something funny from Main Gun. He's challenging you to a debate wearing a red shirt.
That's funny.
Some would say he's not too bright with some of the way he's been acting. Now so I said that's not a challenge for a debate. That's a cry for attention. Homie, don't play that. If that's what you want, go get it from Jason, not me.
Hello?
Yeah, his push to talk is really short.
Meow. Well, the audience heard me. Actually, you know what? I have a way to fix that. Let's do that. And then we'll go here. And then we'll go here. There we go. Better fuckers. Are ya happy now? Oh, yeah, now I get the silent treatment. I see how it is tonight.
Always.
You can't please everybody, Jared.
How? Oh. Well, you haven't been to a foreign port yet, so give it time, young one. But yeah, I find it really interesting how a person wants to go on a rant saying how we don't have honor, we don't have integrity, and what actually spurred him to say that was because he went into the live chat of a stream that Chesh was doing, started talking, she laughed at him, and then someone either banned or timed him out or somehow deleted him from the chat.
You know, this is my girl. She definitely a 10. Ooh, I like that meme.
Do you mean someone hurt his Fifi?
It seems to be a common thread. And amongst all of this, what I found that was exceptionally hilarious is there is an account out there who seems to really like to needle that side of these issues, because there's this one person out there with the Twitter handle Genuine Questions Only, and just keeps asking very, very pointed questions and challenging these people to, well, wait, what is it? Support your claim? And some of them have tried. I will give them that. Some of them have tried, but instead of supporting their claim, they actually would end up changing their claim and not actually supporting either of them. Alright, since with the way this is set up now tonight, let me go ahead and... Oh, wait, we have a Twitter challenge to Jay.
Yeah, that one's from the fans' Twitter account.
Oh yeah, I find it interesting how I target a message at Ethan and he tries to play it off as if it's someone else running the account responding for him.
Oh yeah, well you saw my whole thread about
Oh, speaking of, yeah, okay. Speaking of the whole honesty and integrity and honor thing, hey Ethan, what happened to abiding by Twitter's ruling?
Yeah, you notice none of them have actually none of them have actually answered me about that.
What is Twitter's ruling? What do you mean?
Tasty.
So
what happened was,
go watch my video.
yeah, Jay has a video on it, but here's the TLDR on it. Ethan was in a Twitter back and forth with someone and made a faux pas. He retweeted something that the president had said, but did it so directly that it came off and did look like a threat of violence. Because of that tweet, Twitter suspended his account with the possibility of deleting the account and barring his return. When that happened, he went live on his channel. He did a video on his channel talking about it and said, I will abide by Twitter's decision. So, Ethan, why are you using a different account on Twitter now?
Oh, it's not his account. He just
Bullshit.
He sometimes answers to people on it, because him and the creator agreed to it.
Bullshit. You fucked up on Twitter. Twitter said go away, and you decided to come back on a different account. Whether it's solely you or not, you are using it. You are not abiding by Twitter's decision. Where the fuck is your integrity? See, now, here's the wonderful thing is, with all of this, again, I would still consider having a discussion with you, but put them big boy pants on, nut up, and show you're not a total waste of time. Oh, I miss that. That is a beautiful picture right there. And people say aircraft carriers don't move with the ocean. Off the coast of Iwo Jima, best sleep I ever got.
What, did the boat rock you to sleep?
Oh, you have no idea how good you can sleep when there's a gentle rock from the ocean going on. But yeah, so have you seen a supercarrier up close yet?
The biggest aircraft carrier I've seen is the CV-10.
Okay, current carriers are just a little bit taller, a little bit longer. Yeah, they're significantly, noticeably larger, and those things in the proper seas will pitch and roll just like a small fishing trawler.
That sounds scary.
Oh no, well, if you time it right, you can go up a ladder from one deck to another in about a step and a half. Or if you
what do you mean time it right? I want to see it. Pixar, it didn't happen, man. Pixar, it didn't happen.
It's kind of hard to get video when you're actually trying to go up a ladder while carrying something. But yeah, I'm willing to bet if we get a hold of someone who's active duty and goes on a Westpac, when they hit rough seas, there are people who actually try to get the timing of the swells right to where they can go up a ladder well in as few steps as possible. I barely made it on between the first and second. My first step was about halfway up, and right as my foot was about to land on the top, well, we had the judder of actually hitting a wave.
So once you're
Oh.
underway, what's like the average time before you crack your head on something really hard? Because there aren't soft places in ships.
Depends. Are you nights or days?
What would be the difference?
Well, night check before we get underway, nights is generally in bed.
Oh, I just found the thread where I went through my exchanges on with Exiled and ProLib official.
Oh?
Oh yeah, and let's see. Care to tell me? This is me. Care to tell me when, where, how I have censored anybody? Because this is a response to Exile telling me that I'm a censorious bastard. No? Okay then. Ethan is the one who claimed that he would honor Twitter's suspension if it was upheld. Besides, the First Amendment doesn't apply to Twitter unless you are duly elected. Last I knew, Ethan wasn't. ProLib official. Ethan has upheld it. Ding dong. He just put the new appeal in yesterday. Check out our pinned tweet. Good lord, you people are dumb, and I have no idea why he likes you so much. Oh, I saw that tweet, and if he's honoring it, he would have walked away and not used an intermediary or accepted access to this account. But he did that. That's not honoring what he said he would do. Sorry, you can't see that. Then there's a nice little meme. Can I share my screen for everybody?
Yeah, go for it. And hang on one second. There we go. And poof.
What? Somebody just added me on Facebook.
Not me. I barely
No, it
use
wasn't you.
Facebook. Like I'm on Facebook, but I really don't do much of anything on there.
I posted something for the first time yesterday in 6 years, probably.
But I like my response to this. Oh no, a GIF meme. How will I survive this rebuke?
It's almost like if we can't respond to them intellectually, we'll just try to
send 'em a meme.
dazzle them with something.
Oh yeah.
Well, no,
Uh,
that's the thing that you'll notice around with them is when you are actually trying to have a discourse with one of them, and you counter each of their main points, and instead they come back with the most ridiculous and I want to use an offensive word, but I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to watch what I say in these things more. But it really makes you wonder how many of these people are functioning while having a massive brain injury.
So, I just found this
Be right
one that I
back.
responded
I'm going
to
to
on
pick
team.
up the snack.
So what was
Team
that, Jay?
tweeted out this team retweets Chris Hatfield's "You Can't Whistle in Space," or while spacewalking in a suit. The air's too thin at 4.3 psi. Team says this explains so much of my life. I'm like, so what you're saying is Hatfield had an excuse. You don't. I mean, we all know you don't live in a spacesuit.
Yeah, you know, and I wanted to give him some shit before going live over here, but first he had technical issues, then we had technical issues, and yeah, fun stuff and things. But we spent a good half hour on that bit. I think it's time because Furball said that he had something revolutionary that he found out while on his travels recently.
Oh, not revolutionary, but interesting, and one thing humiliating for the Air Force.
Why does that not surprise... Wait, why does that combination of words not surprise me? Embarrassing for the Air Force. So, most of what they do?
Yeah, pretty much. I got to travel to a couple different basic training bases this past week and talked to some people that went to some others. And I went to Lackland Air Force Base and saw the basic training there. The big push of it was to see how everyone's dealing with COVID. and how the military is adjusting to that. They're actually putting troops in a quasi-quarantine before they even begin boot to make sure that everybody's clean once they start and nobody gets sick on the way through, and that includes the staff personnel.
So
That includes staff? I
Wh-
didn't
what-
know that.
wait, so the staff
Yeah.
has to do a 2-week quarantine at the same time as the rest of the platoon?
Yep.
Huh.
Shitty to be staff. So
Means...
it was weird is when we got to the army base. Before we were even allowed to check into the hotel, we had to go to this little makeshift medical station that was out in a parking lot and had to be evaluated to make sure that we weren't possible carriers before we could even check into the hotel. They had to give us a memorandum stating that we'd been cleared for duty to go check into the hotel.
It's a bit
That's how
nuts.
strict they are.
Doesn't surprise me, though, because think about how much of the training evolutions in BASIC are close quarters, questionable hygiene in good circumstances. So the extreme measures do actually kind of make sense, which, oh boy, Tasty, you're gonna have fun with that.
Oh, I know how disgusting. I know how disgusting Basic is. It is like the most disgusting place on Earth times 10.
Oh no. Give it some time, and then you'll really get to understand what that Ricky stench is. Because here's the thing, you think you know when you leave and go somewhere new, and you think, hey, yeah, it smells different here. Oh, okay, I'm not smelling so great. No. You won't fully understand and appreciate it until you've been in a year or two, and then you smell someone fresh from boot camp. And then it'll hit you.
Junior
I
troops
used-
just stink. Even when they come out of basic but at basic it's even worse, and you don't smell it because you're in it.
Yeah, you get nose blind.
But yeah, junior troops absolutely reek. So yeah, they're doing a lot of protective measures on that, and in the army base, even the permanent party that were there, that worked there, their leave is restricted to 60 miles. They cannot take leave at more than 60 miles, and it requires a 2-star general exception to policy to go farther.
That's an hour drive.
Yeah, here where I'm at, it's 300 miles. But there, I'm guessing it's because of the cesspool that is boot, it's 60.
This pool is boot really that disgusting?
Most of the time, yes.
When you have drill sergeants yelling at people to take showers because they don't.
Wait, what?
Oh,
You
yeah.
gotta be fucking kidding
Wait,
me.
wait
You
a
gotta
minute.
Be fucking kidding me, bro.
Oh, Tasty, you're engineering. You are really going to run into that.
He's gonna have
Just
fun
because
with
you
it.
happen to be a clean person that showers on the regular basis doesn't mean everybody else is.
The longest I've been without a shower in my lifetime is probably 3 days, and that was like
For now.
a field training thing, like.
No.
Just wait until the still goes down.
Yeah, I was going to say, something would have to go really wrong for him to even meet that sort of delay again.
I would say for me, it's probably like 3 weeks, but that's if you don't include standing naked in front of a howitzer using my camelback as a shower.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah. In the National Training Center in California, where it's hot as balls, you put your camelback on the outside of your vehicle during the day so it warms up, and then once the sun goes down and nobody can see, you get naked and you use the camelback to take a shower. It's either that or a baby wipe bath.
Ooh, Rodent No Last Name actually has a good
Get
question.
nasty eventually because of all that hot water.
You got to rinse it out, and if you do one that's actually thermal controlled, as long as you're doing a proper full drain of it, you're fine. But so
You
Rodent
just
No...
got to make sure that at least once every field problem you fill it up with vodka. That kills everything in there.
Well, and that just makes the field event even better. Well,
Jared,
so hang on. We got a question from the chat that is actually rather appropriate for this. I wonder if all the physical exertion in basic training causes something like ketosis, which could affect odor. It's not just that. That is a factor of it. There is a lot of physical exertion in basic training between smoke sessions, regular PT sessions, marching to and from places.
more smoke sessions.
Yep, and
I got to watch so many smoke sessions this week. It was amazing. Army, Air Force, and Navy.
yeah, and now add on top of that, how many people in basic training are getting a shock to their system because of dietary change as well?
So Joey D asked what a camelback is. That's basically it's a water backpack, and it's got one.
It's a water
two-
pouch.
Yeah, you wear it on your back. And nowadays at basic training, for me, when I went through basic, you had a canteen in your cargo pouch all day long. That was your water source, was a canteen. Now, they're all issued camelbacks, and they have to have their camelback on them at all times.
Doesn't the Navy
actually
issue Nalgene's?
I don't know. That is beyond my time. When I joined, it was still the OD green plastic canteen.
Canteen. Yep.
So with the Air Force, while we were down there seeing the Air Force recruits, after they graduate, they have a tent city set up. And the recruits move into a tent city a week earlier than they normally plan to, so that they give the barracks an extra week of cleaning before the new guys roll in, because they are on a 100% in and out, and they needed the extra space. And for the Army, whereas it used to be you graduate basic training, yay, I'm a soldier now, and you go home on leave or something, and then you make your way to your new duty station over the next couple weeks. Now you graduate basic training, you pack your shit, and you go down to the flight line, and they put you on a commercial flight with everybody else you graduated with, and that flies you to the next duty station. No leave authorized.
Oh, you guys are just finally doing that? Back in early 2000, your first chance to take leave was while you were in A school after basic training. There was no leave in between.
But you got to A school if it wasn't on your same station through commercial travel. Now, that commercial plane landed on base, loaded up with nothing but soldiers, and hopped around the country to drop off at their stations.
No kidding.
Well, you gotta give airlift something to do when you don't have as many international transfers, because that's the thing.
I've been giving him plenty of work the last couple weeks.
Well, that's the thing people don't realize.
I'm not complaining.
Well, that's the thing that people don't realize is the Air Force will actually commandeer a civilian aircraft for personnel transfers, and they group them enough, especially for transfers to and from Japan. I was on a 747 that was nothing but active duty transfers into the country.
Now, so Lord Burns, you're Air Force, correct?
I was, yes.
So when we were down at Lackland and we were chatting with the cadre there, noticed that a large contingent of the troops, or the airmen walking around, were in uniform and sneakers. So in the Army, if you're in sneakers, that means you're either on profile because you screwed up your legs or your feet, or you're pregnant. So we asked one of the cadre there, was like, hey, what's up with all these airmen in sneakers? And he literally dropped his head and said, promise not to make fun of us. During the first couple month of basic, they rotate week on, week off of boots and sneakers to break in their feet.
That sounds about right.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Navy wasn't much different before they went to the new.
Their feet are so gentle.
No, so early
Sensitive.
2000s when I went through, it was very similar, where we were still in tennis shoes up until the last couple weeks of basic training, because the Boondocks, the Bates safety shoes that we were issued, holy fuck are they horrible. And they wanted to cut back the number of shin splints that were happening and delaying training.
Yeah.
But now, you saw the boots that the Navy guys are wearing now.
Mm-hmm.
Those are essentially glorified tennis shoes anyway. So
Yeah.
you're only going to be in tennis shoes for P days and maybe a week beyond that.
So for our air or our seamen to be, have you guys heard of Navy battle stations?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what it is? Like the
Yeah.
current version of it?
Oh,
Kind of.
I was there when they started building it.
So Navy battle stations is a recreation of the USS Cole attack. And
Oh, they updated
Disney-
it to the Cole. Okay. Yeah, they were debating whether or not to do the Cole or the Indianapolis when I was there, that I was hearing. Because that was thinking,
Disney helped them build it. That's how realistic it is.
Mhm.
It has legit floods, legit fire, legit smoke, and it is a ship under attack.
you're going to have fun.
Now, I will
that
say
actually sounds like fun.
Except
this: it is, but you can fail it.
Yeah, you fail it, you roll back in training. And here's the other thing. You're doing it while sleep deprived. Because
And it's a team effort, right? Battle stations
Yes.
is a team effort to show teamwork.
on not just teamwork, individual fire teams, individual response crews, and also and this is where I had fun with it, because I got into the discussion of who's going to be in charge of what evolution for the group that I was running with. So we actually had a better chance of passing by having the appropriate people in charge at certain stages. I took one of the later ones because I knew that I could mentally still stay together later in the night, whereas the people who were just the dumb jocks is like, no, you guys are in charge of these first few, and then we'll take over from there.
You want
I love Road
so
No
you,
Last Name's
you actually
comment.
want to plan this out as it like you want to plan on who's in charge at which evolution of battle stations beforehand.
If you get the opportunity, because here's the thing, they might not give you the opportunity. If they tell you that you can only be the team lead for one of the evolutions, as soon as you get to that point and you are told who's in what teams, but here's the thing, with the way they're set up now with that new simulator, you're all one division. This is really going to test the teamwork, because you're dealing with a larger group and you're all going to be doing crazy shit at the same time. Like, you start out, you're going to be going on there, and your first bit is to actually get the ship ready to go to sea. Like, throwing off the lines, reporting statuses through the sound power telephones, all of that basic level shit, all the way to the more extreme firefighting and damage control stuff. That's what they're testing you on in as realistic of an environment they can put you in without
Say one
safety
thing
violations.
I've got to say one thing about sound-powered telephone. They are the hardest things to understand. They are terrible.
This is why you got to be really clear with your communication, and why they stress the phonetic alphabet.
Now,
Yeah,
I will give the Navy something, along with the Marine Corps. It may have changed since I went through years ago. The Army doesn't have a culminating event. Yay, you're a soldier now. The Navy or the Marine Corps has the Crucible. You finish that, and you get your globe and anchor.
Yep.
For the Navy, for this, throughout basic boot right now, they're wearing their ball cap or their hat
Says recruit. And
when you walk out of the battle stations and pass, they give you a Navy hat.
Yeah, something like that with the Air Force is doing that too. You're considered either a recruit or a wingman or something like that.
Wingman's always used.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I still have my recruit. Every ball cap from every command I've been at, I have somewhere. I know I kept them all. I have the recruit cap, I have the Navy ball cap, I have my NTC from Pensacola, I have Namtray from Oceania, I have AMD Jacks, I have a couple from the Kitty Hawk, one that I actually wear on a semi-regular basis. I also have one for FRC Northwest, and there was another one in between there. One of the bases I was at TPU for a couple days and got one of theirs too. I think that was
I missed the recruit
Jacksonville.
ball cap. They didn't start doing ball caps in Recruit Training Command until the year after I got graduated.
Oh, that's right. They still had you in the fucking Dixie Cup the entire time.
Yeah, all we wore were Dixie cups. That's good.
Oh, Joey, that does not surprise me. It's okay, though, if he actually decides to come up with a topic he wants to chat about. I would still give the consideration. Not guaranteeing it would happen, not guaranteeing how kind I would be in my response to it, but if he actually comes back with an actual topic that he would like to talk to me about, that I did, that I had a hand in, I'd consider it. Yeah, when was the last time West Point beat the Naval Academy?
Oh, I wasn't quoting a fact, just a statement.
He
But
can
the
dream,
last meme that was up there reminded me. I saw a coffee mug in Lackland of an A10, and it just had "Bert" across the front. So I almost bought it.
The Air Force has done one thing right, and it is marketing their aircraft. Okay, Icarus, are you in the Discord server? If you are, let me know the name so I can make sure you have your veteran role. Because that's the thing, we're not just limited to US, we do international. I mean, see that
Look at Bo.
Bo has been needing to take time for himself, but yep, we have Bo, we have Alan, we have Peter here.
G'day.
I didn't know Australia had a military.
Yeah, no, it's all right. The Indians took it out.
That wouldn't surprise me. As a matter of fact, where the hell has Red Eye been? I haven't seen him in a while. That is like his favorite subject to rag on his fellow Aussies about.
The
great
Emu Wars.
Great Emu War.
Wait,
Oh
what?
my god. We
Shush
talking
is
about the
using my
Great
meme.
Emu War? I'm back, by the way.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm underweight.
Eat more tacos.
I've been eating
That'll make you
bread
more
and
underweight,
bacon.
depending on the types of tacos.
True.
Yeah,
I've
Taco
been
Bell.
eating a shit ton of bread.
You want to be careful with the carb load. You want to do it smartly because you can throw other shit off. If you're trying to... Well, wait. What type of weight are you trying to gain? Are you just simply trying to get the number up there, or do you want it
Just
to
the
be
number.
weight that matters?
It's I can pass the PT test right now. That's all that really matters to me right now. I just need to pack on 5 pounds to be safe.
Increase your protein intake, red meat, nuts, and increase your weight training, and instead of doing toning based, do heavier lifting. Build up some
I don't got
muscle
weight.
mass.
I don't have weights or anywhere I can do weights.
Resistance training. Use your own
All
body as the resistance. The better way to add on weight for that purpose is add muscle mass.
Wait,
All right.
what happened here? GoFundMe.
I don't know what you mean by resistance training, though. How do you use your own body as resistance?
Push-ups at different angles, pull-ups.
Oh, okay.
What you're doing is you're trying to move your body weight with only selected muscle groups, and you're doing it in such a way that you are fighting against your own mass to do it.
I do that just to get out of a chair.
Yeah, I do my sit-ups. One sit-up in the morning and one at night.
Hey, I just thought of something funny. Has anybody here seen the video where the drill instructor for the Air Force is like, our soldiers come out better than the Marines come out of their boot camp? Has anybody seen that?
I've seen something where there was an Air Force TI who made the claim that the Air Force is in better shape than any of the other branches, and then it cuts to what the Marines get put through.
Yeah, I believe it.
No, what I saw is it cuts to them doing really shitty push-ups.
Well, there's that too.
Here we go.
Ooh.
I found a video, Jared, of Air Force basic training. It's only a year old, so it's more up to date than what it was when I went through.
So
Okay, Jay, what are you showing?
Notice the amount.
2848.
The
Yep.
amount of donors. Okay.
And that's what, 51?
Yep. Notice the amount. Notice the supporters. A. B.
You're slacking there, Kyle. I guess you got to work on that lower down positioning and other things.
He's actually got to get an actual lawyer first.
Well, here is... Motherfucker said that he had a lawyer a couple months ago. Now he's doing fundraising to get a lawyer?
It's a little late now.
Technically, it's never...
Mom's mailman. What? Scroll back up.
Whoop. So here is the thing. That Ethan stream that I clipped from that started the show and my rant, he went through and took a look at the as of last night list of names and everything and comments on each GoFundMe. And you will notice a common thread. People donating to Steve are using their YouTube names, they're using their actual names, and they're actually posting stuff that
we'll get to that.
Is relevant. You have the occasional troll comment on Steve's, but not to the extent of this one. Every single name is a fucking joke.
Steve McRae, Steve. I saw one where it was ex-cult member that donated $500.
So I'd like to point out one thing though. There apparently is all of this money that's still tied up in the non-sec, and since this is a non-sec situation, Kyle would still have access to that money. Why does he need to do a fundraiser?
Because
there's no money left.
It's gone.
Because all the money went, up his nose, if you know what I mean.
It's... Now, I'm not saying once an addict, always an addict, because there are people who do get past it and actually move on and actually are able
like the
to...
MyPillow guy.
Well, no, there's a lot of people out there that are not big names who actually fight their addictions and are able to get on track and stay on track. But when you have a personal history and then start acting in the way you have been here, it doesn't look good, Kyle. It really doesn't. And I said early on, both share part of the blame in this, both Steve and Kyle. But Kyle, you took the cake by being an absolute fucking dick about how you handled things.
Ring my bell to be a special subscriber.
Blame him. I did not tell him to do that. He did it of his own accord. If you want the means to punish him, let me know. I'll bring the camera.
Wait. Who said
like that,
what?
though.
Did I miss something?
You always miss it, fresh meat. Give it
I'm
time,
sorry.
you'll learn.
You'll learn the magic of Jay and his soundboards.
Coral found out. Last week.
Oh, she started encouraging it. Which, by the way, it was supposed to be in Google, but it.
Done for you.
Oh, what about that selfie she shared on Twitter earlier tonight?
Give me a second. I'll get it pulled up.
Oh, Main Gun just just put a video that says Air Force is the strongest branch.
That's the one.
Zoomies.
Yeah, but then Rodent No Last Name has a good point. That weird that Elon Musk has more personnel in orbit than Space Force.
We don't talk about Space Force yet.
So,
Unless we're talking about Steve Carell's Space Force.
Which is amazing.
Which I haven't started watching that yet. I wanted to start a couple nights ago, but the wife was like, no, I don't want to start a series yet because we'll be up too late.
okay, so I got
There's a really
question.
good Coast Guard jab in that show. So
What do you mean? Every time the Coast Guard is there, they fucking dogpile on him.
So they made it a reality show. Awesome.
That's right. Very much so.
It's
Okay,
the Joint
so-
Chiefs briefing the SecDef, and any time the Coast Guard speaks up, they just beat the verbal shit out of him.
So, Karis, how's
he's
that
lucky to be
painting?
in the room.
In the middle.
You wish you're probably going to want to be on push to talk. So, Karis, how's that flower turning out?
Fine.
Well, I saw the additions you did to it. And how much more coloring do you think you're going to be adding into it?
Not a whole lot. Mostly now it's just detail.
See, and you were worried I was going to take that comment somewhere, weren't you?
I think. Shut up for a moment. Good places already.
What?
Shush.
Well, Coasties are real. I thought they were a myth.
Huh?
The Coast
So,
Guard
with the
personnel are
space-
real. The question is, what do they actually do?
We saw a Coast Guard boat on an Army base.
So
in a
my
museum
question,
piece.
my question about it is so we're gonna have 5 branches. Which one's gonna be kicked out as the non-branch, the Coast Guard or the Space Force? Or are
Coast
they
Guard.
gonna fight for that position?
No, Coast Guard, because the Space Force is going to be the new kid on the block. They're going to get a whole bunch of funding influx. They're going to get set up, so they're going to be the poster children for a little bit, and then the debate happens of, okay,
Then the
who's
money's
out?
gonna all go back to the Air Force, and they're gonna get pampered again.
Oh, no. Pampering of the Air Force never stops.
So glad I didn't choose the Air Force.
It is funny that they are actually changing Air Force bases to Space Force bases.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, there.
Yeah,
You didn't know that?
Down in Florida, Patrick Air Force Base, which is right outside. There's Canaveral Air Force Base, which is part of KSC, Kennedy Space Center, and then Patrick, which is south of it. That was supposed to have already been redesignated as Patrick Space Force Base. I should have bought a T-shirt while I was there.
What it should be is spaceport instead of Space Force Base. It should be spaceport.
Give it time. Once there's actual routine craft going up in that direction, there will be redesignations of that. Because keep in mind the different types of bases that just the Navy has. We have naval stations. We have naval air bases. We have naval air stations. We have naval air facilities. We have outlying fields, Navy NOF, naval outlying fields. You have NS, you have NBs, You have your sub bases. You can have multiple designations for a base type in a single branch. Unless you're Army or Marines, where we kind of make it easier for them to remember, so they're all just
For us, it's
forts.
post camp and station.
Yeah. Yeah, 3. Posts are the big one. Camps are the middle. Again, the smarter the branch, the more complicated the naming scheme.
What's the Air Force's naming scheme? I want to know
Same.
how many different.
They're mainly Air Force bases and. Actually, no, I think that's all of it. They're all AFBs.
Yeah.
Except for their outlying fields and the joint bases. Which the Air Force has a lot of joint bases.
Joint Base Charleston, for example.
That's a mix. It's not just the Air Force, because like Joint Base San Antonio is
Air Force and Army.
It's Lackland Air Force Base. One that starts with an R, I think. Brooks Army Medical Center, and shit, now I can't even think of the Army one. They're nowhere near each other. None of their borders even fucking touch, but they're a joint base.
Administratively joint. What I was more referring to was like Pearl Harbor Hickam, where they are connected, and it used to be Air Force Base Hickam, which shared the flight line with Honolulu International Airport, but then administratively they combined it to, instead of just Naval Base Pearl and Air Force Base Hickam, it's now one base, and everything else stayed the same.
They shared a border, Pearl and Hickam share a border, like gates, which was weird. I was never there when the gates were closed, but they actually had manned gates at one point when they were separate bases between the two. But it's the same at Fort Bragg and Pope.
And Polk.
Field.
Yep.
Pope, not Polk. Polk is Louisiana. So Pope Air Force Base is now Pope Field because the Air Force just pulled out like a bad truck driver.
From Main Gun, in the Corps, they're all Camp something. Camp is code for Stalag.
Stalag.
They're camp or an island.
No.
Jersey's got a bordered base. McGuire and Fort Dix.
It's going to be a joint base. Joint base McGuire Dix. I'm just guessing. I just said Dix.
Dicks. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, just wait. You're going to see a lot of dicks.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I already know. I hope you already know I've showered with like 20 dudes.
There's a third in this Dix party. It's Joint Base McGuire Dix Lakehurst.
Oh, they joined it with Lakehurst?
Lakehurst wanted the Dix.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's good.
There's another joint base out there too that, again, Air Force is at the fucking middle of it. Down by Tacoma. Fucking where Madigan.
Lewis McCord?
Yeah.
JBLM. Now, Lewis McCord is, again, split. I mean, they're connected. But the Air Force actually stayed there, unlike Pope, where they left. Virtually left. Which is great. You know what's amazing? Going over to Pope Field, which used to be Pope Air Force Base, and try and find a building, because there's the street and address number, there's the Air Force building number, and there's the now Army building number. So you can't find shit over there when you're trying to find a specific building.
Oh, what about how building numbers don't exactly follow a logical scheme, because it's all based on when they were actually built and populated instead of where they're physically located?
Yeah, it's almost like they just labeled darts and threw them at a wall with a map on it.
Oof.
Nothing against this technique, mind you.
Well, it depends on what the target is and what it translates to. That's where it could be either a really interesting and wonderful time, or you could be questioning life choices very quickly.
This and interesting are not mutually exclusive.
This is true.
I heard that phrase a lot over the last week.
Shut up.
Sorry.
You know, if only I had more time when I was at work in Kentucky.
Oh, why? I don't live in Kentucky.
No, but I had access to a rental car where all the gas I used was reimbursed.
We were both in Chicago. Ish.
Oh yeah, up by Great Mistakes. That's kind of Chicago. Not really, kind of, sort of, maybe a little bit.
All right. Techatron. How bad did I fuck up for volunteering for sub duty on top of the Navy?
What's wrong with that?
Nothing
No, I was
wrong with
Sub's
wondering.
the best place to be.
Because you said never volunteer yourself again. And I was wondering how bad it actually. Why would I not want to volunteer myself that second time?
Oh
Need a
no.
double volunteer, huh?
Oh no. Keep in mind, anytime what that's actually referring to, the acronym of what Navy stands for, it's more so after you're in and you're in a formation and the person leading it comes up and says, I need this many volunteers. It's
You never raise your hand.
It's
If you
never
know
for
what
anything
it
good.
is- yeah, if you know what it is you're volunteering for, then by all means jump in. But if they're, like Jared said, just asking for a head count, don't do it.
Is that a big fuck up if you volunteer because you're gonna do some shit job?
You're rolling the dice, and generally speaking, you're not going to be doing something pleasant. Although, if you have a good person actually running that detail, they might actually be able to get it to where, yes, you're going to do this really shit job, but if you get it done right and get it done quickly enough, you're free for the rest of the day.
And technically, that thing about volunteering applies anywhere, because, I mean...
Volunteer yourself if you know you can gain from it.
Well, that's just called proper positioning.
Right. Being at the right place at the right time.
Oh, that's what you...
Tempo and force.
So, what's your least favorite branch, and why did you choose Air Force?
Oh, Main Gun has it right. NCO comes up. I need 2 volunteers. E3? For what? NCO, I need 1 more volunteer. Fuck.
Actually, the funniest thing I ever saw was something talking about, like, if there was ever a martial law in the United States, I already know how to handle things, because I used to be in the military. The military shows you your door, you just walk out with authority and go, okay, I need 2 volunteers. Watch them all scramble.
It's not wrong.
Do I wear my robe or not when I say this?
Which robe is the question? Are we talking the bathrobe or the night robe? Because if you go with the first one and you come out and say that, they might run away. If you come out in the latter, I see them running, but the other direction.
I just got back from the bathroom. What did I miss?
Everything.
Talking about robes now.
And Main Gun gave it away in the chat too.
Yeah, the disrobe. Definitely the disrobe.
Alright, so from Road No Last Name. So though we don't have Space Marines deployed yet, we need the time to develop the infrastructure for its inevitability. Well, yeah, we only have a couple thousand years to get it ready. Icarus, I hope 46 will rename Space Force to Space Marines.
Does that mean they change branch?
Oh, that would be
Epic.
terribly
No.
awesome.
See,
And then you have the
No.
Ultramarines.
here's what has to happen. Space Force completely breaks away from the Air Force, so it's its own formal branch, and then it can have its own Space Marines just like the Navy does.
Ooh, that could
I
work.
like that.
Yeah. A second sub branch, another one that's still above the Coast Guard.
You know, Icarus, I've been meaning to talk with Dapper about it. As a matter of fact, you know what? The people are out there watching. I'm going to go ahead and give you a little bit of a heads up because I still need to finish up work on the thumbnail for it. But tomorrow's episode is the best of the worst episodes in a sci-fi series.
Yeah, have fun without me.
Yeah, what time?
4:30
I've been
Eastern.
gone all week. I gotta do something with my family.
It's a primer right before dinner.
I spent enough time doing other things this week. I have to play with my family now.
That no. No. That just phrasing.
Oh, God. I hit my funny bone.
Well, you know why they call it the funny.
Fucking funny bone.
You know why they call it the funny bone, right?
It's not fucking funny.
To everyone else, it is.
Oh, I haven't done that in years.
That could so be taken out of context, but then again, saying you haven't done it in years implies you've done it before to begin with.
What, hit my funny bone? Or the other thing?
Oh, that's what you're talking about. Never mind.
Oh, so the other thing. Alright, yes, I've kissed a girl.
But
What was
did
his
you...
name?
Wait.
Wasn't a Goku doll, was it?
No, it was a plush Barney.
Nah. It was a, fuck, let me...
Did you have to inflate her first?
Instagram.
Although, right as you said that, Furball, I was about to ask him if he liked it.
I kissed a girl and I liked it.
Yeah, that, whatever you just did, don't. just don't.
There. That's the girl I've kissed.
Yeah, Goku doll. So what was his name?
Wait. Isn't it Gokudal, the Thailand thing where it's like a chick with a dick?
Well, no, that term is Katoi.
You'll find out.
Katoi.
You'll find out at the last second and then go, fuck it, I'm drunk enough.
Furball, we're going karaoke.
My, I think I've told this story before, but, my recruiter was telling me about how he was stationed with this one dude in the, in Taiwan, and it, you know, like, there's this one dude who comes running up to him and be like, he guy, just pointing at the Katoi, and he's like, that guy, don't worry about it, he knows.
Yeah, you get those out there. Like there was a guy that was stationed with that really didn't discriminate. It just all depended on how much alcohol he had. And
No amount of alcohol would...
you
No.
You say that now. Everyone has a price. Everyone has a threshold. The question is, can your body get you there?
Oh no, it's more of can your body get you to stop?
But what if we don't want to stop?
But you do, but you don't. But you do, but you don't.
No, you
Then the
don't.
clock's
But it's action when you've been underway. But it's a dude. But it's action.
Turn into Quagmire. Giggity, giggity.
Why do you think Quagmire is the way he is? And why do you think he did so well when he was...
Wait, was Quagmire in the Navy or the...
Yes, he was.
He was.
He was a Navy pilot.
And for some reason, wearing the Cracker Jacks.
Yeah.
Don't question
Maybe
it.
he did the STA-21.
But he also flew like World War I planes constantly throughout Family Guy.
I think he also flew some World War I women.
Yeah, I was going to say, Quagmire treated his aircraft similar to the way he treats his women. He doesn't discriminate at all. Ever.
Oh, just as a heads up,
Pre-op
everybody.
or post-op?
Hey, just as a quick heads up, there's no movie night tonight.
You know, Furball, it's almost like we called it.
Yeah.
And she had the nerve to give us shit in the chat for it.
I didn't say it was definitely off.
I feel like I'm missing something here.
No, the movie night group chat on Twitter. She said that she wasn't sure if movie night was going to be a thing tonight because of the situation she had to deal with at work. So Furball and I just start going off talking about what we're going to be talking about here. And she was like, hey, I didn't say it was definitely not happening. Well,
You said it was maybe not happening, so we've got to have alternate plans just in case.
well,
I'm gonna go play some Kerbal Space Program.
and not just that. Every time she said maybe it's going to be delayed, it's been delayed.
Has it ever been on time?
Do you want an honest answer to that or the comic answer to that?
Give me both in the order of your choosing.
What is on time anyways? And yes, it has been on time a couple times because of me.
Now, when you say on time, that means 15 minutes late, right?
No, actually on time, like when it was actually scheduled to go live.
So not 15 minutes early like actual
Oh, hell
on-time
no.
is?
Oh, hell no. No, oh, no, Tasty, we're going to send you a link to a channel to watch a bunch of archived stuff to see what the true nature of movie night was about, and you will find out that keep this in mind, the show only ever started on time when it was scheduled to start at midnight. It only ever actually started at midnight. What was it, 3 times total, Karis? If even that many?
I got on the case for that and started incrementally improving things by degree. It just took a lot of effort.
Giggity.
Not the least of which was the panel themselves messing around
Oh, we would never do that.
The panel never does that. What are you talking about?
There was nothing we would ever do to try and distract people.
Put on handcuffs.
Yeah, that wasn't quite loud enough. What was that? I still missed it. Hang on, let me readjust my headphones.
I'm sorry, Jared. I wasn't doing it quite right. Let me one more time.
Ah, there it is.
Excuse me, I have to get a drink.
Sure that wasn't coming from Paris?
All right.
I don't have those.
I'm gonna be building weapons aircraft in a Kerbal Space Program.
And then I have to read Rodent's comment as as Verbal said. I'm not rereading that.
Yeah, no, reread it, please.
Oh,
Out loud.
You do it. You do it.
Nope.
A
I got it, I
warm.
got it.
Hang.
will
No,
not
no, no,
flip it.
no. I got it. A warm, wet hole in the dark is a warm, wet hole in the dark.
It really would have been better if I don't.
Wait, Karis, you get try number 3. I got number 2. But I'm gonna take a little personal liberties to this one. Editorial. A warm, moist hole in the dark is a warm, moist hole in the dark.
That brings back memories of the other night.
Oh, jeez.
Kidding, guys. Totally kidding.
Oh no! Furball said you were number 3. We're waiting for your rendition.
I still have to get a drink.
Just get in character first.
I've been doing my recordings of the Dracula stuff part of the afternoon, and I'm tired of being. I was voluntold.
Which is, yes, a great word, rodent, no last name. Voluntold. It is very apt.
Yep.
The Navy is where I learned that word.
Yes, there's a lot of voluntold going on around the Navy.
Freaking Icarus. Now I feel harassed. So we've succeeded.
If Jay isn't recording us, then Rodent is. That's what.
All right. So, Jared, I just built what the first SpaceX launch is gonna, or not SpaceX, Space Force launch is gonna look like. Oh, is it not? Okay, there it is.
All right, hang on.
That's the first Space Force
What?
launch.
Oh, hang on. Just because I'm seeing it doesn't mean that the public is seeing it.
We may have to restart that launch.
Yeah, probably going to.
All right. This is going to be their first launch, and I have so many mods in this game it just takes forever to load, but this is the first Space Force launch colorized.
No, it's the Air Force doing it, not the Marines. The Air Force actually does have experience with rockets. Just with a different kind of payload.
Giggity.
Giggity. I quit playing. Yep.
Now, go back to the previous conversation of the voluntolding. There is only one thing in the military that is greater than being voluntold something, and that's participating in mandatory fun.
Oh, the Mando fun days.
What is mandatory fun?
Oh, you'll find out.
It can be summed up in 3 words. The complete opposite.
This Saturday, we will be having a family day. You will invite your families. You will attend. This is optional, but you will be there, and you will enjoy yourself.
You know, for the time I'm stuck at the Great Wolf Lodge, I'm seriously thinking about getting Animal Crossing.
I heard about that.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, what?
That's where we're stuck for quarantine.
Yep.
Up at the Great Wolf Lodge.
Yep.
Well, it's not like they're getting a lot of business right now.
True. And the water park side of it's probably still closed.
Yeah, but what about the Magic Quest? Make sure you go get a wand, get your wizard hat, and you can wander around and try and
No,
solve
we're
all
stuck
the
in our
mysteries.
rooms. Uh, I hope we can hit the gym there, man. I'd love to do some like runs on the treadmill or whatever.
Depending on the size of the gym, a lot of them are actually that are open are limited capacity to maintain spacing. And also, keep in mind, after your sweaty ass has been on one of the machines, it's got to be completely wiped down.
But now, are you talking on base gym or are you talking in the Great Wolf gym?
Both.
In the Great Wolf gym.
It's going to be closed.
Shit.
I can almost guarantee it's going to be closed because that gym is going to be so small that there's going to be no possibility. And remember, Great Wolf is a business where it hurts their bottom line if they get people sick. Now, on-base gyms, they have been opening. I know at Quantico, when they first opened up, they only allowed so many people in the building at a time, and you'd have to stand in line out front waiting for like the next rotation of people in. But most military gyms have opened back up, but I have not seen the on-base and off-base hotel gyms all closed.
Yep.
That sucks. That really sucks. So yeah, I'm just gonna have Animal Crossing, do a ton of push-ups and sit-ups, and then just try to burn those 2 weeks away.
I would suggest another pharmaceutical way to deal with it, but that probably wouldn't fly. No, I was thinking something that would make you comatose to make the time pass quicker. Because here's another thing. In the Navy, there's another wonderful saying that is actually quite true. The more you snooze, the less you cruise. It's amazing how quick time flies when you're in bed asleep.
Oh,
There are other ways, but these don't involve social distancing, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's kind of part of the problem. Plus, I mean, it is tasty. Do you really think he's going to have someone in there that would be willing?
Yeah, I'm short as fuck. Nobody would be down. And also, I ain't trying to get the clap.
Oh, Tasty Echoes. I thought I didn't realize that you were referring to his name. I thought you were saying it's tasty, and I'm wondering what is tasty.
Well,
hang on.
If you want to start calling me by my real name, I don't give a shit if you guys want to.
Well, keep in mind, one, this is live, so we'll save that for off air. And I would just like to remind you, Karis,
Yes.
I could eat a peach for hours.
I need a drink.
And, dessert is always tasty. Just make sure it's secured in the passenger seat.
My name's not Hush Hush online, so it's no big deal to me.
With the more you snooze, the less you cruise. I don't know if the Navy experiences this, but anytime going into or out of country on a deployment, you're in like this status of, we're waiting on the plane, run to the plane, that's not our plane, go back to the barracks, sleep for another 3 days. Hey, the plane's here, no, that's not our plane. So you spend like a week doing nothing, and it's sleep until you're hungry, and eat until you're tired.
In the Navy, we say, hurry up and wait.
Yep.
We've got the hurry up and wait as well on the average day-to-day, but when you have nothing to do, like not even train, where you're just waiting, it seems like the only thing you're doing is sleeping or eating.
So, like any other part of a deployment.
Well, we were in a big building with all the shutters shut for like 12 hours a day.
In the Navy.
But nukes are weird.
I can confirm.
Hey!
That is...
That's actually accurate.
Yeah.
What?
We cannot counter that one. It really is the only way to describe them. Because, yeah.
They're fucking nerds, bro.
Oh, no.
I don't know who's a nuke, but, they're fucking nerds, bro.
Fuck off.
That's my rate. No, that's my rate.
I was nuke MM.
I'm thinking about going ETN.
Oh God.
Oh, what are those?
It could
the
be
worst
worse.
ones?
It could be worse. He could be going electrician.
No, ETs are the worst.
Most of the ETs that I knew were cool. The EMs, they were just assholes.
Aren't EMs basically ET's bitches?
Nah.
ETs are the arrogant ones that go around showing off their binary watches.
No, she does have them there. She does have that right.
Of course, I have it right.
So,
Have you not heard the rules, Jay?
Karis is always right.
No, there's 2 rules, Jared. Rule number 1, Karis is always right. And rule number 2, if Karis is wrong, see rule number 1.
So, Karis, what are the pros and cons to each nuke rate?
Well, in some areas, MMs can be kind of looked down on and kind of like considered glorified grease monkeys. But then we looked upstairs at the EMs and ETs and thought, God, they don't have a bit of common sense in their heads. So they all kind of look askance at each other. This is an A school, power school prototype. It's different out there, I'm sure, but I didn't go past prototype because medical. So in training, there is a lot of side eyes going on and ribbing each other. And why are you DMing me?
Why not?
Who slid into
I
those
just
DMs? Oh, I'm sorry.
It depends on what kinds of things you like playing with.
Phrasing.
Giggity.
I mean,
Okay.
as a DM, you get a lot more hands-on time.
So we've
You're
hit
doing this on purpose.
We've hit that part of the show.
You're doing. Oh.
And
You're gonna
yes, I
have
was like
flashbacks to this halfway through school. Just letting you know.
I was like this in power school too.
All right. What do ETs and EMs do? Get their hands work with
Themselves.
Each other.
Pretty much.
Which rate uses the most, tools and deals with like the fluids and stuff?
MMs.
MM.
God damn it! You made that too easy.
You
What?
asked an easy question. What do you expect?
Oh well,
I'm an easy
Furball
person.
is
I'm
pretty
sorry.
easy.
Okay, so
Oh
there's
my
2
God.
rates that
Nicely
deal with
played, Jay.
electrics and electronics, and then there's 1 rate that deals with machinery. Which one do you think is gonna get down and dirty?
I was an AT, and I'll get down and dirty.
What was his name?
Yeah, what's his name? Jared.
ETs just use alternative methods.
So what does an ET actually do, though?
RO.
That's confidential.
Oh, so you don't even know whenever you're going into it.
Well, no. So your ETs, like Tech said, are predominantly your reactor operators.
So they just stare at a screen all day?
Yep.
I want to be an ET.
They deal with inserting rods,
Screen.
making sure they go in far enough
Well,
and get all the way deep.
Like I said, alternative methods.
Okay, I want to be an ET.
You guys do things remotely.
yeah. See, I'm more hands-on.
Then what do EMs do? Do they just deal with like the wires that go into the reactor?
No, they're in the audience.
What? So they do nothing?
The
So when does
TG part of the
audience do
SSTG.
So
The motor
EMs
generators.
just kind of watch.
Ask Steve.
Electrical distribution.
Okay, I'll ask Steve.
No, Tech was actually trying to give you the answers.
Oh.
And
It's
then
just-
there's also ELT.
Those are
ELT.
MMs, though.
Yeah, but I mean They're like, they're fun too.
They're
Isn't
super
there, like-
techs.
What do ELTs do? Aren't they like the chemistry people that like
Nuclear
deal with chemistry
chemistry.
shit?
ELT is Engineering Laboratory Technician.
Yeah, I gave you that line.
Yeah,
Said to somebody else.
yeah. Basically, if your plan, what you would like to do is actually stick with working on and near nuclear reactors after you get out. Be an ELT.
Okay. How do you get that? How do you get that then? How do you get to be an ELT?
Smart MM. Don't
Just be a
babe.
smart MM?
Yeah.
Isn't your schooling also extended for ELT?
Yes.
Furball, I saw what you said.
How did you
What?
see what he said?
Oh my god.
On the side chat.
Oh my god. Quit texting in the
No.
DMs.
No. So out in the live chat, Main Gun says, "Great. Now my 105 millimeter is now a 120 millimeter. Now it will never fit in a holster." Furball, hey, Main Gun, with enough lube and motivation, anything can fit anywhere. Gah!
As of the other night, that's been my experience.
Yeah, but think of the release you get after this amount of pent up frustration.
I'm kidding.
Legit nuke question. To get out of the insertion of lubes and stuffs.
Temporarily.
For now, yeah, for like 3 minutes. With the nuke training you get in the Navy, how vast is the difference from nuke tech in the Navy to nuke tech in the civilian sector that you'd be able to use it on the outside?
There's actually a lot of, from a technology standpoint, there is a lot of deviation in how everything is utilized. You have a lot more space out at a power plant, so your naval engineering plants are very compact. You actually have to deal with a lot of special circumstances, but where it helps is you get the base understanding and foundation of how it is supposed to work and how it's laid out. So someone who has a lot of experience with a Navy power plant that's a reactor goes to a civilian nuclear power plant, it's easier to deal with, easier to see, easier to navigate because you have a lot more space around everything.
But it's not vastly different enough that it doesn't apply.
Your basic mechanism of...
You know the principles. You go
Yeah.
in there knowing the principles, and you can apply them. Though you have to keep in mind that different plants have different types of reactors and stuff like that. Navy plants are very specific for their purpose, which is part of why they're so confidential. But you have not only the things that you're taught in A school, power school, prototype, ELT school if you go to it, but you have the practical experience, on the job experience. So even if you don't come out of the Navy with a bachelor's degree or something, what you've learned through school, the 1.5, 2 years, sometimes a little bit more of schooling, plus your on-the-job experience while in the Navy, that helps you along very well if you're transitioning from military to civilian life in a nuclear power plant.
At what point along the training do you get your first exposure to an actual reactor?
Prototype.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like, how far in is that?
9 to 12 months, right?
It depends on how long you have in between A school and power school and prototype.
Does
Doesn't
it
it
make
take-
you shit yourself just a
Don't
little
have to
bit,
wait.
knowing that you're dealing with an actual reactor at that point?
It's a little bit like, whoa. Ooh.
Hey, Furball, I got a question. Is this pretty accurate when you find another warrant officer?
I would generally agree for the average warrant officer in the military, but remember, my uniform is a suit and tie with a gun on my hip.
And you can't forget the handcuffs behind.
Wait, let me. That was too quick. I'm sorry, it was too quick that time. I'll take it slower.
For some reason, it's not the first time you've had to say that, is it?
Does it feel nice the
Not
first
even
time you
this
operated
week.
that reactor?
I haven't said. You said it was my fault. Please do.
Amongst other things. Another question from Rodent No Last Name. What military career path would transition well to a potential civilian career path?
Furball want to answer that one?
Technical or non-technical, because there are a handful there that do have a lot of linear transitions. Aviation side, with me being higher, more in-depth repair type for your systems repair, it was really easy for me to transition that into the civilian sector. I could have gone to work straight for Bombardier, the Learjet company, in their service and maintenance department, but they couldn't pay enough. But then with Furball, with that CID side of it, I could see that being an easy transition as well. What do you know of that, Furball?
Yeah, I would say from the Army side, most combat arms generally don't transition well over to anything realistic on the outside. Maybe law enforcement, just because you have experience with guns, but not really much anything else. What?
So I got a question about the Navy. Is it true all the boatswain's mates are always 100% of the time unsat?
Pretty damn
Define
close.
unsat.
Yeah. What standard are you looking at? General Navy standard? Yes. The bosun standard? No.
Where you're going
'Cause I hear
tasty,
they
though,
always-
that's totally immaterial, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, you're not going to see many, if any, of them. And Jay, do you want to bring that one back up? We kind of missed part of it.
Oh, I found an even better one too.
Oh.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me make sure this is capturing the screen correctly.
I feel like that Squared Away Sailor song was made by the boatswain's mates.
It was funny. I was
Oh.
talking about that bosun's mates one time. Talking like, we don't have them on subs. It's like, what do you do then without bosun's mates? Throw a couple E3 and below together, and assign some random third or second class as their LPO, and bam, deck div.
Oh, really? Now it doesn't want to share for me.
Sounds about right.
Bosun's mates,
Try it now.
The law enforcement of the boat, correct?
No. General line handling and basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, MA. I'm thinking MA. Sorry.
Yes, MA is the police on security force on most ships.
Yeah.
I've been stuck as deck div LPO a couple times.
How bad does it suck?
Well, it looks good on the eval.
We didn't get guns.
Is anybody seeing the screen?
I'm
No.
seeing stream paused.
So,
what I'm
Jared,
saying
for the civilian transition,
Be right back.
I know that like every major company, every insurance agency, every big business has loss prevention or fraud prevention or fraud investigations, and almost every person running like a insurance company's fraud division is a former coworker of mine. So even if you're not going to stay in the civilian or the private or in the government sector and go into actual law enforcement, every Fortune 500 company has investigators. You just don't have, you're not official with a badge and a gun, but you are doing internal investigations and stuff like that. So I'm very lucky to be in one of the few fields that actually has direct correlation with an outside employment. And maybe when I retire, I'll go work at Walmart and just hand out stickers at the front. I don't know.
So here's the question is directed for the recruit. How can he tailor his service training to help his future civilian career? Well, first, got to determine what that career path is going to be. Is pretty much have a plan. What do you want to do when you get out, be it at 6 years, 8 years, or 20? Because, sorry, if you go beyond 8, you might as well go fucking career.
Don't
So-
listen
Yeah.
to your fucking recruiter. Jesus fucking.
To add on to that, what you're going to do and what you're going to get the military to do for your future career, one thing that throughout the entirety of your career, as you're trying to make your decisions of which direction you're going to go, what schools you're going to try and go to, your assignments, remember one thing. The day that your contract expires or the day that you retire, the military has forgotten about you and doesn't care. Because their mission kept going. So if you give the military 100% for their mission throughout your entire career, you may walk out with nothing to benefit you on the back end.
Be selfish at the appropriate times. There's a reason
At-
why
yeah,
I got out with the degree.
At the appropriate times. I'm not saying don't care about the military. You are there to meet a mission. But you also need to make sure that your needs are met as well for your future. Because, again, you retire, the military's forgot about you as soon as you walk out the door. They forgot about you 6 months ago.
And shit, sometimes they effectively forget about you at some point during your last year in as you're getting ready to leave, be it for retirement or just end of service. Because you're not going to be here long term, so why bother? And yes, we see this again now. And yeah, I'd have to say the enlisted ones are pretty well accurate. Not sure about the warrant officer ones. I've only ever seen a 2 and 3.
Remember, though, before I crossed over, I was a 7.
Hold on.
What do
They'd only recently brought back one.
Yeah, like really recently.
The Air Force doesn't even have warrants.
Here you go, Jared. You got to read this one out.
You're going to need to zoom in then. Bro, I'm such a good skater. I get out of every working party. Even First Sergeant has started calling me Tony Hawk. You know nothing of skating, Lance Corporal. What the fuck was that? A chief warrant officer.
is that accurate? Are they like
Yes.
the ghosts of the ship?
Yes. Yes. There were a handful of them on the Kitty Hawk. We actually had a couple warrants in weapons department and one in AIMD who happened to be in my division, and I only saw that motherfucker 4 times over the course of 2 years.
What did they do?
Be right back.
There was
do
a
not
Duffel blog
ask.
article like 2 weeks ago about a warrant officer that actually showed up to PT, actually showed up to work, and nobody knew what to do, and they thought the world was ending. And the CW3 got counseled by a CW5 to go the fuck home and stop making everybody look bad. And a couple years ago, there was another Duffel blog article about how everybody was positive that the warrant officer was there and working because his patrol cap was on his desk. So clearly he's at the office somewhere. But nobody knows where his car's parked. But his patrol cap is there. So the lieutenant's positive he's there working. It was there when he got here, and it's going to be there when he leaves. He's a hard-working warrant officer.
He just left it there and went home.
Can you send me that article for Paul?
He comes
yeah.
he comes in once every other week and does that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, as long as you have mobile access to your government email, you know what's going on, so you know when you need to show up because someone might happen to be around.
But I read, this is 4 weeks ago, teleworking warrant officer unsure where to disappear to.
where do warrant officers usually disappear to?
Wherever they want. Oh, no. PG. Got to keep it PG. Wait,
These
wait.
are questions you will never know unless you become a warrant officer.
Can you even
or you're
become a
summoned
warrant
by
officer
one.
as a nerd?
What?
Most rates have a path into the warrant officer.
Yeah.
That Nukes had a rate for a path into the warrant officer field. Or at least this week.
Well, I know on the aviation side, there, your ordnancemen and the avionics have their path. I'm not sure about the framers do. Yep, framers would be another one, but they do both AM and AD.
There's a few of them where like
article.
There's a few of them where you have like a warrant officer grouping that kind of sources from multiple rates.
Yes, yeah. So the avionics, your A, is the same thing with E9 as on the avionics side.
Yeah.
When you're an E8, you're either an AT senior chief or an AE senior chief. As soon as you go to E9, you're an AV master chief because they combine the two.
Here's another great article. The Army reveals the only way to become a Chief Warrant Officer 5 is to kill a Chief Warrant Officer 5.
There can be only one.
Warrant Officer accidentally does some work. These are all from the Duffel blog. And 100% accurate.
What happens if one accidentally does some work?
They get chastised.
Yeah,
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, they get asked what the fuck they're doing.
What's their job?
Oh, you're drinking piss water again.
No, Yingling is actually halfway decent. It's one of the few American beers that is actually tolerable.
All right, here you go. Fort Drum, New York. Army Lieutenant James Whitmore of 2nd Battalion, 10th Combat Aviation is certain Chief Warrant Officer 3 Donnie Johnson must be present for duty. In quotes, I haven't seen Johnson today, but he must be hard at work doing something, said Whitmore. I mean, there's, it's 1,000 hours and his hat's on his desk, so he must be somewhere in the hangar. I know I told him to finish up a sensitive items inventory, so he's got to be doing that. According to witnesses, Whitmore entered Johnson's office every hour, on the hour, until 3 p.m. Each time, Whitmore discovered Johnson's hat and an empty can of skull and an absent warrant officer from his desk. I just can't explain why I can't find him. He's certainly here somewhere. Evidence points to the fact that he's got to be around.
Well,
Whitmore dismissed speculation that... here, this is great. Whitmore dismissed speculation that Johnson may have placed his extra hat on his desk as a ruse to cover up for the fact that he was not taking a woman, also known as a warrant officer mid-afternoon nap.
Oh. I
Oh.
Furball, you care to elaborate on what those are?
Well,
Where am I?
well, keep in mind that there are many alternate meanings to what a mid-afternoon nap could actually mean. I'm not saying that we had a code in our shop where we could let people know whether or not we were taking a nap and getting some pillow time, or if we were actually in the gym getting some physical training going on. I mean, it's not like there's a difference in what you could put on a board of where you're at sea.
Nor are those mutually exclusive.
That as well. Although the combination generally didn't include the berthing, but more so
the mailroom.
Alternate spaces with limited access.
We've had the mailroom conversation on this show before.
There's the mailroom. If you know what you're doing, you can find a good void or fan room. And the fan rooms are nice because you get a nice cooling breeze to keep you at just a comfortable temperature. And at the same time, there's enough noise that no one's going to hear you.
Oh, I get cold.
Yeah, I got put on a task.
We can
cleaning
fix
up
that.
After, cleaning up engineering for a Orse one time on the way back from a deployment that we went to.
What from
What's the military logic?
See, now you're starting with an oxymoron. Military and logic. When do those two terms ever go together?
Good point.
So what was it that you guys found, Tech?
I was saying that I was put on a cleaning detail for prior to an Orse, and I learned a lot of places you could hide.
You could sleep a lot of places on a submarine, from what I hear, but everybody already knows all the good places. So if you try to sleep in any of the good places, you'll be found.
That's where I found that. That's where I kind of found this big void that, like, if you crawl through a crevice next to, it was the starboard main seawater inlet.
What was his name?
As you crawl through this crevice next to the starboard main seawater, there's this gigantic void down there for no apparent reason. There's nothing there. And then there's a light there. That's the one that always laughed me, because I always remember the EM they had in charge of changing lights in engineering, and I'm saying that there's no way he could have fit there. But it was funny because you have to squeeze through, between the, next to that main seawater inlet. But you could stand up in the void. It's just a void out surrounded by pipes.
A couple months ago, I did have the pleasure of watching somebody who was about 80 pounds overweight try and get down into the forward torpedo bay. That was entertaining.
In fact, afterwards, I could demonstrate to some of the people in engineering that I could go from the auxiliary seawater bay up to the turbine generators without anybody finding me.
Wait, you could make it all the way across the ship without anybody knowing where you were?
About 3/4 of the way through engineering without anybody knowing where I was at.
And
just all the little tunnels and pipes, and between pipes. And
is that just something do people learn that kind of path while on the sub? Is that just something normal people know how to do?
Well, you go to a lot of those places because you have to know all the valves.
How long does it take you to figure out how to get to be? I don't want to say comfortable with the ship, but know exactly where to go.
Couple weeks.
On a submarine? I mean, you generally know the general layout within about a week or so.
It really depends. I mean, you said a ship, and there's a really, really wide variety.
Yeah. A carrier. With a crew of 6,000s. I was going to be extremely different than my submarine with a crew of 113.
So then, on a sub, for you to know it like the back of your hand, how long does that take?
Oh, know it by the back of your hand?
When you get qualified.
Yeah, when you're qualified, you'll know it by the back of your hand.
Which, you have, a 6-month window from check-in?
It also depends on how well you know the back of your hand.
Well, according to talking with Jay, it's different. We had 9 months. It was 9 months, and you were delinquent after that point.
About 12 months for us, just because of not having the boat continuously for
we're going
entire operation
all the time, whereas they only have it every.
You're just jealous that I got shore duty as part of my sea duty.
Well, that, and there are certain aspects to your warfare quals that can only be done when you're
at sea,
a good term for it is feet wet. Pier side, you can only do so much. I got a lot of the probably about a third of the walkthroughs done while we were pier side. The rest had to be done at sea because it was during flight ops and during actual operation of the ship.
The funny thing is, the actual submarine warfare qual itself, you could theoretically fit everything out that's not directly submarine warfare qual could be done in port, theoretically. However, there's a whole bunch of connected watch station ports that you have to get for the submarine qual, almost all of which require at sea.
Hey, why does this picture look like it says Furman on the Just kidding. Read the thing, and then you'll understand why I went with what I did.
Which thing? Where?
The look a chivalrous army officer reportedly lent his jacket to a chilly Sarah Sanders, press secretary to Donald Trump, during their unsuccessful attempt Wednesday to visit the DMZ between North Korea and South Korea.
Oh God!
Probably a pilot that flew him up there. I am not a pilot.
Isn't that like a big no-no?
No comment.
There's just, oh my God!
That was a warrant officer rank 1.
Those are 2.
5.
It was no, I wasn't saying it was a warrant officer 1. It was a warrant officer rank on it, though. I think.
Yeah, it was a CW2.
Warrant officer rank. Well, that would explain why he lent her.
I have one burning question. It's totally unrelated to all of this. And Furball, you already know what it is.
Continue.
That's a great question.
No. Furball, what were you doing in my neck of the woods, and did you hook up with Karis while you were there?
You have not been paying attention, have you?
I have not been able to listen. I have been driving around Norfolk for the last 2 freaking hours.
Oh, so
I was in your neck of the woods for occupational reasons for several days, visiting young troops being indoctrinated into the military. It was kind of funny to watch. And I took Karis in a van down by the river. No further questions at this time.
Oh, so you were down, or you were in a van down by the river?
Quite literally.
No, exactly literally. Yeah.
Yeah, it is best description of it possible.
The question is, was it the Niangua? Was it the sack? Was it the little sack? Or was it...
hang on. I gotta stop you right there. It's Furball. Of course it was the little sack.
God, it's not that lit.
Damn you, Jared.
Sorry I missed you, Furball, but I was doing some occupational furtherment down in Texas, so...
I mean, I'm kidding, I wouldn't know.
Well, okay, you're gonna need to...
I'm sorry, it was cold.
Yeah, excuses. Alright, there we go. So, Terminal Lance again. Dude, you're never gonna believe what I just saw. Huh? We were police calling the woods by the O course, and I actually saw a Chief Warrant Officer 5. Bullshit. No man has ever actually laid eyes upon a CW05. Yes, I got a photo on my phone. Check it out. Wow. It's so majestic.
I'm not a 5. I'm only a 3, but... Karis? Majestic? Yay? Nay?
Plead the 5th?
Yes.
Nope, yeah.
Utterly majestic. I was blown away.
Okay.
Okay, hang on. Karis, now can you say that last bit without laughing?
Is it true? I heard somebody say you could become a 1 red stripe chief as a nuke. Is that true?
Yes, you can make chief before year 8, and you will be red, and you will only have 1 service stripe.
That sounds pretty dope, not gonna lie.
We start as E3.
Well, you gotta also remember, get those knee pads ready.
What's that? What do you mean?
If I'd have known you were going to Missouri, I would have put my entire trip off for career development. But
I know I was going to Missouri about the time I sent you a message I was going to Missouri.
Oh,
And, somebody on this panel thought that I was important enough to come down and visit, and it wasn't you.
Oh,
wow!
Was it me, Furball?
Let me explain something, Furball. Okay, there is this thing called registration and continuing training that I actually have to go through to maintain my licenses.
You wish he was
as
not
a-
actually roasting you. It's okay.
I know.
Calm
I know.
down.
I was in Texas the days before I was in Missouri.
Oh, I hate you.
I was in San Antonio.
All right.
I
So
would have driven my rocking little car down there, the one that got me pulled over 3 times through Oklahoma, because every time a wind would blow, it would cause my car to look like it was a carrier in a hurricane.
I want an answer to Main Gun's question.
I just responded.
Chief Majestic. Okay.
Yeah.
So another question from Rodent, no last name. There could be something to be said about biological necessities on ship. There's already oxygen circulation as a function of biology. Why not sexual necessities? Real question.
Because you got Jill, man.
No.
You got Jill.
No.
Clearly, he's never been on a submarine tender.
No, so there is an actual reason why military-wide what they deem as fraternization is actually frowned upon. And that's because people are fucking stupid and would lose their mind, and if they're shacking up with someone who's a part of the crew, they would put themselves at undue risk under the guise of trying to save or protect that other person. That is the actual psychology behind it.
I could make a statement there, but I would get shot, divorced, and castrated all at the same time.
So that wasn't the reason for your heart attack earlier?
Oh, no. Are you referring to the one that I had last week?
Oh, so you've had more recently, have
We're in
you?
a new year. The number doesn't count.
No,
New
Furball,
year.
Furball. I said the end of the calendar. I said the end of the calendar year, and end of next calendar year. So we have until December, motherfucker.
I had a mild.
Hey, heart attack is a heart attack.
Well, I had a mild cardiac event.
I had one of those this week too, probably for different reasons.
Yours didn't come at the hands of some idiot guy in East Texas that you just absolutely want to go to prison over.
Hands, yes, but not guy. No.
Oh God. Well, yeah, I'm about ready to go to prison now.
I'm just gonna stay silent.
Sure about that? We might be able to change that.
Any methods you have in mind, Jared?
Not that I can say on air.
Understood.
So Main Gun says that the sexual necessities, they call that Westpac.
No, that's how they're taken care. No, that's how they're taken care of.
No, I have one better. It's called a turkey baster, but that's besides.
No, see, here's the thing. It's really easy to spot the lady boys because all you have to do is reach up and see what you feel under there. Kid you not?
Do it before you're drunk enough to not care.
Exactly.
I don't know. I've got 5 more Youngling 12-ounce bottles, and I'm drinking on a 24-ounce Youngling can right now. So.
Wait. How are you pronouncing that name?
Youngling?
Yingling.
No. It's
yeah, no, phrasing. Total phrasing.
Texas, I'm allowed.
Yingling. No. You wished. I am telling you this as a friend. You do not want to say you are drinking a youngling.
People go to jail for that. That's when Chris Hansen asks you to come over here and have a seat. Come on over here. Come on, have a seat. What's in the bag?
Yangling.
Yes, the actual pronunciation of the name of that brewery is Yingling.
You got to remember, I'm from Texas. I can't pronounce shit.
He can't pronounce half the alphabet.
Well, I mean, okay, all right. Spell Saxy for me. Spell Saxy.
That's not even a word.
Yes, it is a word. It's a town in Texas, northeast of Garland.
Cumming is also a word in a town in Missouri. Sorry, Climax. Is it Climax or is it
Climax? Both.
Yeah, Climax, Missouri, and Sarcoxy. But Saxy is not spelled anywhere near like it's.
Yeah, and neither is Worcester, Massachusetts. But you don't call what you're drinking a youngling.
We're actually talking about this.
We're now on a list somewhere.
I mean,
We've been on a list. What are you talking about?
I'm going to throw this out to the live chat. Without looking at Google, spell sex.
See, the problem is you're also getting cut off halfway through the name of it.
All I'm hearing is sax.
All right, now
sax, Karis. Sax.
At the end of sax, throw an E at the end of that.
Well,
now,
no. What's really interesting?
I usually have an O at the end of my sax.
No, think of it this way though. Watch yourself in a mirror, say these 3 words in order, and now imagine being a deaf person that reads lips, trying to understand what you're talking about. Sax, 6, sex.
That's sad. And so wrong.
And the answer is SACHSE.
Who got that right?
That would be me.
You cheated and looked at Google.
I don't look at Google.
Don't say you use Bing.
I was just gonna say that.
He just said not to use Google. He didn't say anything about not using Bing.
Well,
Bing is like page 7 of Google.
Okay, all right, smart guy. All right, Jay Brown. Let's see you do this without using any internet search engine whatsoever. Spell Waxahachie.
I only heard like a third of that.
Not even.
And we get half the word.
Not even.
Okay, Waxahachie. Waxahachie.
Okay.
And no, you cannot look up filming locations for Walker, Texas Ranger.
I heard coming locations. I'm pretty sure I misheard that.
You didn't.
Really? I heard that accurately?
No, just no. Wow. Oh, glad to see
Did
that.
anybody else see Icarus's comment in the live chat, by the way?
About Anakin? Yeah. I was trying to leave that one alone.
I'm not going to read it, but you know, it's there for you to read it as you wish.
I mean, it's not like it's right there on the screen as well for those who are watching, and for some reason the live chat's not showing up on YouTube for you.
Thanks, Icarus.
Well, you got to remember, I'm doing this on my phone from Chesapeake.
No.
Are you still using that jitterbug, or have you gotten an actual phone?
I am using a LG stylus.
Tin can.
Potato.
Potato?
Tomato.
Tomato.
It was personally signed by Alexander Graham Bell.
No, it wasn't. That was my other phone.
You
This
wish,
one-
are you
I want
still
to go-
co-representing the 417 area code?
Are you sure you want him to admit to that?
He's one of those that pronounces it Missouri.
Oh no, please no, please no.
Hey,
depending upon my geographic location, I actually say Missouri or Missouri. If I'm in Missouri, I say Missouri. If I'm in Texas, I say Missouri.
So you say you go both ways with it?
Well, sometimes you just absolutely have to go both ways.
That's when you reach up the skirt and you're already too drunk.
That's when you forgot to reach up the skirt and it's already sucking your dick. Okay.
All right, guys. All right. Not to.
Okay, so there's a line that we've been flirting with and against. You wished. The line is back this way.
Okay, so what is the best way to drink your problems away in the Navy?
Alcohol.
With alcohol.
Alcohol.
Well, hold on. Are we talking onshore legally, or are we talking on the boat or ship when you shouldn't be drinking?
Both.
Alcohol is the answer for both.
Yes.
But if one of your
Do
bunkmates says
people
that
actually
the greatest
sneak alcohol onto the boat?
Oh no. There are times it's not snuck on. I have no idea how I got through the security checkpoint, but on the way back to the after the beer, wine, and song tour, I had 4 bottles of wine in a bag with me, with the Vineyard's name and logo plastered all over it. Went through security. They looked in the bag, saw what it was, and said, "Okay, you're good."
Here you go,
I'm
Furlong.
guessing
Did
that's
this
a
remind
lot
you of
more
anything?
strict on a submarine.
Oh, here's the thing. The security should have called down the runner. I should have then been escorted to the liquor locker to fill out the paperwork and lock the shit up there.
Yep, Jay,
Instead, they sent me on my way, so I hid that shit in the back of my cupboard in the shop.
you have a liquor locker on the boat? What the fuck?
We have officers on the boat. You really think that they don't use certain ingredients in the wardroom?
Tasty, just a little bit of a warning. If you go into certain parts of the country and you're able to drink when you're off a boat and you get drunk and you come back on boat and one of your bunkmates says, "Hey man, we were able to smuggle some alcohol back on boat. They've got it over here in the closet. Just drink it out of this straw, but it's really low. Get down on your knees. You got to suck hard. It's not alcohol. Just go to bed."
Ugh. So, does the submarine have a liquor locker?
No, but submarine does have where 170 men come down or go down, and how many couples come up?
The numbers are off. It's less than 150. And
Also, I'm surprised that the non-submariner actually answered that question.
Yeah, well, he is kind of 3 sheets in.
When isn't he?
3 sheets in.
Well, let's see. Earlier when I was driving, when I first logged into this,
We usually stored all our alcohol up in the sonar sphere.
Why though?
Wait a minute. Isn't that a wet area?
No. Not in the cone around the sphere, but inside the sphere.
In the
That's where the
element
nav truck
itself?
were on the fast boats.
Interesting.
Or you hid it, or is that where they kept it?
Well,
No.
that's where we put it. We didn't. There really wasn't any technically restriction on it. It's not like anybody was policing stuff. That's just where we stored the stuff. It's a nice place to store it. It was pretty cool. I mean, it's surrounded by water all the time. So,
Yeah, it is a decent temperature-controlled area, so yeah.
we stored a lot of our especially when on deployments, we store a lot of our bags out there too. So, extra
So
suitcases.
for the submariners, how often did somebody get in trouble for being drunk on boat while underway?
I think maybe once. It was because he was underage and was trying to make his own wine out of the bug juice.
I'm guessing.
Wait, so he was using the toilet?
No,
there are other ways to do it, and even then, that's still not as bad as what I heard. Got stopped on the Kitty Hawk weeks before I checked in. there was a chief, a couple first classes, and then a bunch of E4s that all got wrangled up because they were making meth in one of the fan rooms in the aft part of the ship.
Wait.
No,
Math?
yes, they were actually cooking methamphetamine aboard the ship. This was on the Kitty Hawk in Japan. Right before I checked in.
Ballsy.
That's almost
So,
as dumb as
how
that
do
guy.
you get
guy
if you're stationed in Japan? Do they fly you to Japan, or do you like ride along with another ship to get there? How do you get there?
It depends on where the boat is at your meeting. If the boat is in its home port in Japan, you're being flown into Yokota.
Cusco?
No. Well, it depends on which base you're going to. If you're going to if you're going to be on one of the cruisers, the destroyers, the Blue Ridge, or the carrier that's over there now, which I think is the Washington, or it might be the Reagan again. One of the two. You will fly in to was it? No, Yokota is the air base down in Okinawa. You'll fly into the air base outside of Tokyo and then ride a bus down to Sifei, Fleet Activities Yokosuka.
I don't remember where I flew into. So if you're going anywhere in the Pacific, non-Hawaii, so if you're going to Japan, Korea, you will get you'll finish your A school, you'll go through all that, you're now in the Navy, and you're going to your first duty station, and if your boat is stationed in the Pacific other than Hawaii, you will take a commercial flight to Seattle. And that commercial flight will usually land evening or so, and there are rotator military-only flights out of Seattle to Japan, Korea, and back. That flight takes off at like 7 o'clock in the morning. You have to check in at like 3 because the military is assholes, and it's a line of like 300 people to get on the plane, and that is everybody going to Japan and Korea. So family members, spouses, pets, and it is a government contracted flight to take you from Seattle. We landed in Alaska, then Japan, and then I ended up in Korea, in Seoul.
Interesting.
So that's how you get over there if you are stationed in Japan.
Well, interesting that they did the pit stop in Alaska. We just went straight from SeaTac to Yokota, which is the airbase right outside of Tokyo.
It might have been plane
underway.
restrictions.
How do you get on ship?
What was that?
If the ship's underway, how do you get on then?
You go to the home port, you check in with the detachment that's left aboard shore. You are then evaluated to see if you are essential personnel or not. If you are not essential personnel, you are going to work with them at the that temporary shore debt until they return. If you are essential, they will schedule you to fly out, surface ship, they will schedule you to fly to meet the boat somewhere. Or if you're on an aircraft carrier, you get to experience a trap landing, because they will fly you on a cod straight onto the boat if they need you.
God,
on submarines, you'd report to squadron. So.
Oh no, cod. Okay, wait. Cod landings are fun because you go from airspeed to nothing in less than 2 seconds. Sweetest sensation.
That sounds like a little bit of a roller coaster there.
It is.
It is, but you know what is the greatest adrenaline rush I've ever found in my life?
That sounded like a great story that ended halfway through.
or did it end at the perfect time?
On subs though, you'd report to squadron.
Yeah, you do shore duty until the sub returns.
Yeah, you'd just be attached to squadron until the sub returns.
Yeah,
How is the rotation on sub crews?
They only do that on boomers.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second, because there was actually a Navy article about that.
Yeah, like is it multiple crews, multiple captains, or is it? Does that captain own the boat?
on a boomer?
boomers,
It is,
yeah.
later?
on a boomer, it is quite literally two crews, two captains.
Do
There's
they
an entire-
each have to certify on their way out?
Yep.
Yep. When we turn over the boat to the other crew, we do a literal hand over hand of every piece of gear, every piece of information.
Oh god.
If it's
changing
broken,
command
why is it
inventory.
broken? If it's broken, why is it broken? Have you gotten the part yet, or when will the part be here? Depending on the part, they may ask us to come back and fix it since we broke it, so to speak. Although there have been times where we literally went out to sea and 6 hours later, something broke. It was not vital, so we waited till we got to like a week before we got to pulling back in and then ordered the right part. So it'd show up a week before they pulled out, and they'd have to take care of it themselves.
It's not a
Was that
problem.
normal
It's
for
an
you guys
adventure.
to
Well, yeah, boomers have the 3 crews. Blue crew, gold crew, and the other crew.
So if it's the other, if you give something to the other crew, it's not your problem.
No. It's you. If the blue crew gives it to the gold crew can opt to fix it or ask us to, depending on what the part is. But all the time that something breaks, we always blame, and they ask us. We always say it's the other crew's fault. But
Honest question then.
hold on.
Because you have multiple crews, does that remove any bit of ownership of the boat?
Yes and no.
Because
I mean,
I was artillery long ago, and it was my gun. I mean, we picked the name, we painted the name on the cannon, and it was our gun.
The commanding officers, the commanding officers turn over, and once that commanding officer's got the boat, it's his boat, and then vice versa.
we just make sure that the office is clean when they get back.
An at-sea crew exchange?
Yeah, this is, I believe, the first.
I
Interesting.
heard that recently a boomer did Liberty Port once somewhere or something.
If they did, it was a U.S. port, so Guam.
Or Pearl, or Port Canaveral. They're deep enough for a boomer.
Do they have
How
a
much
security?
deeper does a boomer need to be? How much deeper water does a boomer need? Is it a lot deeper? Is it?
Okay, so see how much of the boomer you can see right there?
Yeah.
That's maybe a quarter of the hull below the sail.
What's the draft? That's probably that.
Yeah, it depending on the way the hold on.
The loadout.
Yeah, the loadout of the missiles are, and how many missiles we have on board. It can be anywhere from about 38 to 44-ish feet in draft. I mean, the draft is painted on the hull number, so it's not exactly classified, but
yeah,
it's all dependent upon what's on board and everything. When you're in port,
actually.
what was that?
So that's not too much different, actually.
Yeah, I mean, because I know
Los Angeles typically about 31 feet, 32 feet.
Yeah. If you have everything offloaded while between, load out for training exercises or whatever, that's...
If you don't have any weapons aboard, about 28 feet.
Yeah.
Is it true that the screw shape on a submarine is like highly classified?
Yes.
Yeah, all of them are. There's actually several different types of screws, and all of them are classified.
Ironically,
Isn't,
actually,
the Thresher's screws still classified?
I'm not sure about that one, but so I can't really say.
yeah. Actually, an interesting story I saw in Popular Mechanics recently, but it's from 2018, I think it was. NATO and the Pentagon were always wondering why the Soviets were able to track our submarines. Well, they found out that it was because of they weren't checking for sonar sound waves. They were actually checking for radiation in the wake of the submarine.
Oh.
Trying to find that article.
However, we could actually hear their sub because
How?
like the Akulas were noisy.
Oh my
What?
god, Akulas are fucking noisy as hell. Yeah.
What leakage would there be? And what's the mechanism of it?
Aren't typhoons even worse?
Now, the Typhoon was actually better on the noise profile, but with how massive it is and having the two screws, it wasn't as loud as an Akula, but it was pretty close and slower and less maneuverable.
Yeah, Akulas and Sierras were exceptionally loud. Alphas depends on, like, if Alpha is going full flank. I mean, they like, you can hear them from anywhere on the planet, pretty much.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
So here you go, Furball. According to the newly declassified documents, the old rumors were accurate in one way. The Soviets did not develop just one device, but several. One instrument picked up active radionucleotides, a faint trail left by the submarine from the submarine's onboard nuclear power plant. Another tool was gamma ray spectrometer that detected trace amounts of radioactive elements in the seawater. So this device is supposedly what was tracking all that.
Firstly, there's no T in nucleides.
Yeah, sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, you'd have a,
aren't nucleotides what your DNA is made out of?
I mean,
Yeah, I added
you
it.
would.
So-
You would technically have a little bit of radiation in the MSW outlet.
Is that? Is it not a closed loop for the cooling system, or where?
The primary
where's
is
it
closed
coming
loop,
from?
the secondary
Primary
is not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, okay, the secondary is, but, well, I mean, it goes steam, blah, 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 but there's a condenser, and the secondary loop goes to the condenser. The condenser uses main seawater to cool the steam. So you can have a little bit, and I'm pretty sure,
Think of it
could be pretty damn sensitive to pick it up.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I was going to say,
not
think
a
of
lot, but it's going to be a tiny bit. And
Well,
it's going to be probably more than the ambient.
a good way to look at it is it's effectively radioactive backwash. It's not that it's necessarily being expelled out as part of the cooling process, but because they're pulling in, there's that little bit of back pressure where it's going out the other way.
Is it actual transfer of material, or is it...
No.
Okay, so it's the coolant system actually reacting to the internal environment of the reactor and causing something from the coolant system to become itself radioactive.
Yeah, like
minute.
Yeah, the primary loop is highly radioactive. That shit's going right to the core. There is some, like, radiation from the primary loop does slightly irradiate the secondary loop, and the secondary loop would slightly irradiate whatever the main seawater is. It would be minute. It would be nowhere near anything.
That
what a day.
That is a damn good shot on both of those wheels. Bunk, bunk.
So, nerd question, because I'm a nerd for physics and stuff like this, but I don't really understand it that well. Generally, irradiating something doesn't cause it to become radioactive.
No.
So you mentioned that the primary coolant loop is highly radioactive. Is that due to actual? That's not from actual transfer of radioactive isotopes. Is it from?
Yeah, it is a little bit of that because, like I said, the primary loop is actually the stuff going through the reactor core.
It's in contact with the rods.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any scenarios where water or any other material, due to the environment it's in itself, becomes radioactive for a short period of time, whereby it's actually observable?
This is
not without big problems.
yeah. So like water can become irradiated. There's tritium water, which is do you know what tritium is, right?
But it doesn't become tritium by being irradiated.
No, that it becomes tritium under like certain circumstances and stuff.
Yeah.
But like, yes, water can be radioactive. Is the reactor causing it to be directly radioactive? No. If that makes sense.
So basically, the question I'm asking is, what the Russians were observing was a direct transfer at a very, very minute level of actual materials from the core to the external through whatever mechanism.
Mike, I don't really know.
Because that's what confuses me.
like
Because I thought it was
the
enough
primary
of a closed system that doesn't happen.
Well, their primary stuff was gamma, which is electromagnetic.
So it could create some sort of radioactive blah blah blah.
Was there any? Yeah, and Jay, was there any neutron in that as well? Because neutron goes through pretty much everything.
Now I gotta pull that back up.
I thought it was gamma that went through pretty much everything. Yep. Neutrons got blocked pretty easy.
Well, no, high energy neutrons go through a lot. That's what neutron radiation.
Neutrons are beta radiation, right?
No. Beta and alpha are particle radiation. Neutrons are particle radiation, but it's literally high energy neutrons.
No mention of neutrons.
Okay. Yeah, neutrons are actually one of the harder ones to stop because a high energy neutron, when you're basically having a neutron going at a very fast speed, and neutrons have a lot of mass, so when they're moving, they don't stop easily.
So, what made the Akula class so noisy?
Well, you mean other than the fact that things go 45 plus knots? I mean,
holy shit!
Yeah, they're fucking fast.
I was not expecting that.
Yeah, let me put it this way. An Akula or an Alpha going at flank could outrun our torpedoes.
Actually, so the game Cold Waters, there's a couple YouTubers out there who played and do videos of it. One of them, Mags, recently was playing as an Alpha, and one of his torpedo evasion tactics was just to go full bore.
Yeah, and that's not inaccurate. They can outrun our torpedoes.
Really?
At flank.
Yeah.
But a shitload of noise in the process, so everybody knows where they're at. But they can outrun.
Well, yeah, and part of the noise for that they're generating when they do that, one is just straight cavitation, because ain't no propeller that they can design that will not cavitate at that speed. Ain't happening. And also, even at slower speeds, the Akulas are noisy simply because of the way their reactor's set up and the way their machinery is set up.
Isn't how was it gonna say? Aren't boat props usually spin super slow, in the hundreds of RPMs instead of in the thousands? Because if it was spinning in the thousands, its cavitation would just make it so it wouldn't move.
Oh wow. Submarine screws generally have lots of blades and spin very slowly. Because the whole idea is so that the blades themselves, you get a lot of cavitation along the blades. Anything moving through water is fast is going to have cavitation.
I saw a boomer in dry dock a little while ago, and I'm trying to remember if they had the screws on or if
covered,
or if they took them
off.
off.
They're usually covered when they're out of the water.
They're either covered or removed. One of the two.
Yeah, the boat I was on, we had a shrouded screw, like actually one of the impeller type.
Yeah.
and that reduces the cavitation. Because even when you get the slow-moving screw, like regular screws still have a little bit of cavitation on the edge, and when you put them in the shroud like that, it eliminates that outer edge cavitation. So we were quiet. We were really quiet.
Yeah, and actually, Tasty, if you want a good source of this that you can get on YouTube, the channel, the creator, Jive Turkey, he has a lot of whiteboards where he goes over that type of stuff. And he did, what, 22, 23 years in Subfleet? So,
yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
I think he still works as a liaison of some sort.
Yeah, when we did that op against that boomer, I mean, we couldn't even hear each other till we were like under 1,000 yards from one another. I mean, that's how close we had to be in order just to hear one another.
And you knew what to look for.
Meanwhile, like, you know, the carrier Jared's on, we could hear that thing 28 miles away. You know?
So, odd question.
Here you go, Tasty, in your Discord DMs.
How many?
All right, thank you.
How many? How do I say this without making it overtly sexual when it's not? How many holes are there with rods or shafts or some form of mechanism?
How many protrusions through the hull are there?
Thank you, Jared. Yes. How many protrusions from the inner hull to the outer hull are there?
Any type of protruding includes like inlets and outlets for like.
So your plumbing inlets, outlets. Then you have your actual main drive screw. Then you have the periscopes. Then you have the hatches for personnel and supplies.
Now, this could include, like, is this stuff just going through the pressure hull or any type whatsoever?
Anything that's directly through inner to outer.
Well, I'm defining inner, like inside the pressure hull to out, or
inside the pressure hull. Like the screw goes from inside the pressure hull to the sea, correct?
Yeah. So we have one. Well, all our subs have one shaft, so you have one. That's one.
Okay. Then you have the periscopes.
It depends on on the older boats, the newer boats, a lot of them are shifting to photonic masts.
Yeah,
and they don't actually have, everything's electronic at that point.
Yeah, then they can separate.
Shoving a webcam at the end of a big rod. None of that. That doesn't have to punch through the hull, so that's why.
Yeah, you could have a better telescoping bit that actually stays in the sail instead of going all the way down. Okay.
But like on my boat, you had two periscopes. You had a navigation periscope. You had a tack periscope. You had two Bra 34 antennas that had a punch through. The main radar had a punch through. You have both the exhaust and you have the snorkel.
Yep.
One of the towed array sonars is one of them actually had the control motor inside the pressure hull. The other one was everything was controlled out on a mud tank. So it was all purely external. But one of them did have a punch through.
Is there any extra maintenance or care with the knowledge of this goes through to the sea?
Oh, you mean like the toilet?
Well, pretty much on a submarine, every single like plumbing type thing. So the main seawater valve, the main seawater inlets and outlets, the main auxiliary seawater and outlets, the sands outlet, all those. There's actually two valves on each of them.
The reason I'm asking this is there's a Smarter Everyday video from a couple of years ago where he talks to a guy that designed for the space station on the cupola, the observation point where there's 5 different windows to see out, but each of those windows has a hatch cover on the outside to cover it in case that there's fear of meteorites or something to damage the glass.
Well, that's easy. We don't have any windows.
Well, it is, yes. But those hatch covers, the mechanics of how to close those hatch covers is a direct from inside the space station to outside the space station rod and gear mechanism to turn and close them. So there are technically 5 holes in the space station where those rods are to close.
So think of it this way, Furball. think about your car engine. I was actually going to go with my bike's engine because I've taken it apart and taken a look at it. So your exhaust and inlet valves, the poppet, the actual stem of them, leaves the area and actually goes into a lubricated area of the engine. That's where your cam shaft is. There is a seal that poppet goes through to keep the oil where it's supposed to be and not allow it to go into the combustion chamber. That's effectively what they're doing on the ISS. You have that type of seal around that shaft for those window covers.
Hey,
basically, what I'm kind of thinking of is, can you put your hand on something and know that the other end of this is in the sea?
Yeah, the main drive shaft.
I'm not really going to put my hand on that while it's moving.
Well, no, not while it's moving. But for my ESWAS, one of the walkthroughs that I did through, we actually walked and went through each of the compartment spaces of a couple of the screw shafts as they went down, and we actually got to the exit point where we're standing on the skin of the ship. The only thing between us and being under the water, under the ship, was a couple inch thick piece of steel, and we're at the shaft looking out to where the propeller is on the other end, and take a wild guess what it is that is preventing the water from coming back in the other way.
The main shaft steel.
But what do you think it's made of?
Rubber.
No.
What?
Soaked rope. It is a huge, probably a 3-inch diameter rope soaked in oil, wrapped around the shaft, and then hammered down into place.
Is it true that submarine shafts, if they stop spinning, it'll damage the main seal?
Actually, no.
It's probably
I
one of the
heard
myths,
that.
like dry firing a weapon damages the firing pin.
Yeah.
In fact, our shaft seal on the subs is actually there's actually a water bearing.
Oh, really?
So
Yeah, they had to go. So here's the thing: they had to go that way on subs for a big difference between the way a surface ship can get away with doing the same seal. They have to deal with a lot higher pressure trying to come back in.
Right.
What? No, we don't.
Also,
Not at
another
all.
submarine
Well, it's
question.
also
Only
It's
when
al-
you're
it's-
not at the surface.
it's also really convenient too. So well, you're just surrounded by water.
Well, what was that one submarine that went below test depth and surfaced and looked like a ribbed condom when it came out of the water?
USS Batfish.
USS Batfish.
Yeah, she was a sturgeon class. She did that. Unsurprisingly, she was decommissioned shortly after that.
It sounds like you're just randomly throwing fish names.
What do you think they used as the naming convention of submarines up until the Los Angeles class? Well, actually,
everything was named after with the rare exception. Well, with the
got the
exception of
41 for
ballistic
freedom.
Missile subs, with the exception of the ballistic missile subs, prior to the Los Angeles class, all the fast attack subs were named after. Well, with a few rare exceptions, were named after fish. We had a few of them, like USS William H. Bates, for example.
Yeah, it was a special occasion for fast attack to not be named after a fish prior to the Los Angeles class.
It kind of applies afterwards because, the Los Angeles, they started naming them after, cities.
Yeah.
I can't find a
With
picture
the rare
of it.
exception, USS Hyman G. Rickover.
Or the Carter.
Yeah.
I
Well, the Carter
cannot
was
find
a
a
seawolf.
picture.
Well, but still a fast attack, technically.
Yeah, I cannot find a picture of that sub.
Probably because something like that is going to be deemed as classified. People have talked about it, the story's out there, but documentation is still classified for probably another 15 years.
It also happened in the 90s, and there's a lot of stuff they don't talk about in the 90s.
Yeah.
It's like funny, if you look at the Wikipedia page of my boat, the Hampton, the entire time I was on it is not in the Wikipedia page. It's like literally, they're talking about its commissioning and like, they're talking about its commissioning in '93, and then the next thing they're talking about, it's like,
2000
2005.
something. Yeah.
Main Gun says there was no USS Minnow. That's
Yes, it
because
just
the ship
got lost on a 3-hour tour.
Yeah, the ship was rocked and it got lost.
But yeah, actually, my dad was on a one of the 41 for Freedom. The Stimson.
There were a couple of them still in service when I was in, because 2 of them had been converted to steel deliveries, because the James K. Polk was still in commission and the Kamehameha was still in commission.
Aren't the Seawolves still in service? But there's only like 3 of them.
Yeah,
ever made?
there were 3: the Seawolf, the Jimmy Carter, and the Connecticut.
Why'd they discontinue them so fast?
Because they were fucking expensive.
Their mission was gone.
That too. Because so the Seawolf was designed for 70s into the 80s, started being built and planned late 80s, and it launched in the 90s. It was built to go against Russia. It was
designed it was the last boat designed for the Cold War, which by the time they actually were commissioned, the Cold War was already over. They were still building Los Angeles classes after they stopped building Seawolves. I mean,
yeah. So,
yeah, that is a big problem, because sorry, if I say no, my body can react because biological process, but I can say no and mean it.
Read the bottom one.
The fuck is wrong with you?
Oof.
My response to
yeah. Yeah.
So Ansgar, a valid point.
Yep.
My point. His response.
Dude, Ansgar, if you're out there watching, you have been finding quite the level of stupid lately. What the fuck have you stumbled upon?
I have a Discord server that has worse things than that. Believe me.
Oh, trust me, I know there's worse out there. I mean, I have kind of been dealing with the online realm since 1990 something. But
okay, here's our quotes channel. Imagine getting high with a weed dildo.
Yeah, that's tame compared to what I've seen.
That's pretty tame. I can't say the rest of the shit that's in that chat though.
Hey, Alan, glad to see you. Alan. Hey, there he is.
Hello, Alan.
Oh.
Wait, Alan's alive? Who would have?
Just because he's old doesn't mean he... Never mind.
He fell asleep.
Probably. Well, let's see if the Discord wants to behave and actually connect to his audio now.
What?
Guess
so,
not.
On a submarine, if you're over 21 and you're not on working hours, you are allowed to drink?
Not while underway.
Not while underway, but, like, if you're in port or whatever.
Yeah.
If the legal drinking age of where you're at is
what
it is, then yes, you can drink, but I wouldn't recommend coming back drunk.
Well, yeah, to be able to handle your shit. That's probably the best advice when it comes to alcohol in the military. Handle your shit. If you lose control after a certain amount, recognize
Don't go past that amount.
Exactly.
But generally, when it came to alcohol, wherever you reported at, it was whatever the local laws were.
That doesn't matter. I'm gonna be 21 whenever I get to the fleet.
Oh, God.
You still might have restrictions because people were fucking stupid in Japan. There was a lot of bullshit that we had to deal with despite being of legal age.
Dude, you double your age and you still got a couple of years to catch up to me.
My CO generally, as far as being drunk though, my CO generally had a rule of thumb. If you could make it onto the boat on your own without falling over, then you were fine. But if you can't, if you got stuck out in the pier and couldn't get on the boat on your own, then he went after your shit. So
I like that rule of thumb.
and it didn't play either, actually, because he talked about that one port call, and the Weps came back and couldn't make it on the boat on his own, and he was actually restricted to the boat for some time. So.
Restrictions are pretty bad from what I hear. You're stuck on the boat. You're not allowed to leave the boat. And
this was a lieutenant.
Well, just because you're on restriction doesn't necessarily mean you are also dealing with restricted pay. It depends on what you did to be put on restriction.
Yeah, it's not restricted pay. It's going to restrict, just
restricted liberty.
Restricted pay and not be on restrictions?
Yes. That's the thing. The NJP punishments are really flexible where you have a mismatch of what they can do. The general use of it is that you'll come across is that, yes, if you go on restriction, it is part of a larger punishment that's taking place, generally speaking. But, like what Tech was just saying, there are instances where you can be put on restricted liberty and nothing else.
I gotta tell you though, when your weapons when your department head gets restricted, it's not fun.
Well, no, because he gets bored and then starts looking for shit for everyone to do.
Yeah. I was when he arrived at the pier, nearly passed out drunk. I was looking. I was on duty at the time, and I did happen to look through the periscope and was laughing my ass off at the time. So at least I got a good laugh out of it before.
Before completely decimated.
Oh, from Main Gun out in the chat. My first commander-in-chief was Reagan, so that makes me, let's see, carry the one. 25. Yeah, that's the ticket.
That sounds like Reaganomics at work.
Yeah, it could work in the right fragile environment.
Man,
I will say this. With what I did to my computer last weekend, I solved one problem and somehow managed to fucking create another.
I just thought of an investment I could use my enlistment bonus for. Machine gun lower.
No.
What?
No. Think. You really need to think hard about your purchases over the next few years, because where are you going to put it?
I'm
actually putting it in the stock market. Don't worry.
I'm going to say you're going nuke. I wouldn't start planning on where you're spending your enlistment bonus till you're near that point.
Right. I'm putting it in the stock market when I get it, though.
Because you're making a lot of assumptions, assuming you're going to make it out of the nuke program.
Yeah.
That's no diss on you. There's really smart people I know that have not made it through that pipeline. So.
Right.
Hey, Jared, read Main Gun's new comment.
What did they usually put you as if you don't pass the nuke program?
They see what the needs of the Navy are, and if you're lucky, they'll give you a couple options. But generally, they will try to keep you in a highly technical rate because of your aptitude. And it's like, well, you didn't quite make it at nuke, but we have these other rates that are really hard as shit that you might be able to...
yeah, it's like for example, not CT, but let's say you're going ET. Okay, so let's say ET.
Yeah.
You could go out as a regular surface CT, You could possibly cross straight to submarine ET or data systems tech, or
Or
there's
go
a lot
on,
of
or
pretty
go,
equivalent rates.
or go to the aviation side, be an AT, because we
Yeah.
actually had a couple of nuke rockouts go to the AT intermediate A school. So there are avenues that are still going to give you plenty of options on what you can do, both while you're in and still give you skills that are marketable on your way out.
You know, especially if you're volunteering subs too, you're gonna have a lot of good stuff in that cross too. So.
No, because I'm volunteering for subs, I have a healthy option to choose from.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of those. You're volunteering for subs. You're volunteered for the nuke program and have gotten accepted for it. They're not going
What do
to
you
want
mean
to risk
volunteer
losing
for the
you.
nuke program?
You have to volunteer for the nuke program. They tried to get me to do it, and I told them no.
Same here. Yeah, they were going after me for nuke ET. They really wanted me as a nuke ET.
I haven't
only
even
got
chosen my
me
rate
because-
yet, but the
They
one I'm
only
putting number one
got
is
me
ET though.
Because I wanted intelligence, and they told me incorrectly that I could just cross train. So I accepted.
Yeah, your recruiter wanted the extra money.
He wanted that nice little plaque on his desk.
Recruiters actually get a good chunk of money if they can successfully recruit a nuke, or another odd one is MUs. They can
Kind of
recruit
couldn't
MU.
settle who was going after
Musician.
Newt.
Yeah, the nuke. Nuke. They get a Well, at the time I was joining, I already knew what his benefits were if I went nuke, and I said, "I know you want the money. I'm sorry, I'm not going into that world." It's like, well, why not? And when I told him to look at the paperwork again, and he saw my dad's name. Now, mind you, my recruiter was a nuke MM. He ended up looking at the paperwork again that I filled out. And I was like, wait a minute. That's your dad? It's like, yeah, now you know why I don't want to go nuke.
It was hard when I was in, because like no matter what you did, it didn't matter what your recruiter was. Like they actually had like a dedicated. I don't know if it changed afterwards, but they used to have a dedicated nuke recruiter at MEPS. So as soon as that first time you went there to take that ASVAB, that dedicated nuke recruiter is there, and he was already looking for people.
I didn't take an ad at NEP. I took it just at my school, and
I took it at the recruiter station.
saw my ASVAB and started chasing after me, and then I'm like, "Can I be an intelligence?" Like, sure
Nah.
you can. Nuke.
No, the whole cross rating thing is they're just trying to get you in because they're low on their numbers for the quarter.
Oh, wait, I had a
My
12-month.
my recruiter told me as is. He said you're more than likely gonna be successful, and like my recruiter, I had an honest recruiter. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry.
No. They are very few and far between. Here's the thing. They have to be talking to someone they realize they can't bullshit. My recruiter couldn't do that to me because, well, I grew up with a chief the entire time growing up. My dad was senior enlisted. I knew what I was getting into, and I know what he was going to be trying to say and pull to where he's like, okay, if you score above this, this is what's open to you. You don't have anything on your record, so there's nothing going to stop you getting in. Nothing's really going to stop you from a security clearance. So what is it that you actually want to do? What job is it you want to do while you are on active duty? So he couldn't play a lot of the games. He knew that I was interested in joining, but he wasn't going to be able to sweet talk me into anything.
My recruiter didn't sweet talk me into it. He said, hey, I showed interest walking in. Hey, I'm not necessarily interested, but tell me about this field. Tell me about this field. He was like, with an 87, you know, you might as well, you know what I mean? And I was like, yeah, I'm kind of interested in it, and you know what I mean. I was on my way.
Wait, you scored an 87?
What?
You scored an 87?
Yeah.
That's cute.
Must be lowering the standards.
What?
That's cute.
Hell, I was only in there for 30 minutes. What do you mean?
Karis and I both aced it.
What do you mean, 99s?
Yes. Like I said, I told them no. So at the time that I joined, if you scored a 95 or higher on the ASVAB, you did not have to take the nuke aptitude test.
I didn't either. I didn't because I qualified in the nuke field. Like, now they have it so it's broken up into different parts, accumulating the score. The only reason I had an 87 was English. I can't English.
They've changed it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there is a complexity of things because they'd have the overall score, but then they have particular combined scores for some rates, where they're kind of like looking at kind of the mechanical and math parts and stuff like that instead of the overall.
Let me go downstairs and get my my ASVAB scores, and I'll doctor out all of my personal information. What, is an 87 actually cute?
Oh no, it's just saying because
What?
I was getting you ready for the type of mentality you're going to be dealing with.
No.
The only crunch part you really have with nuke pipeline is if you don't make it through A school.
Not this time.
Damn it.
I'll make it through A school.
Here you go, Jared.
I'm saying that's the only crunch part. If you don't make it through A school, then you're technically stuck as a striker.
All right.
Don't
You're
you
a little
become
bit.
a pact?
Well, you're a little bit better off going
Resolution
subs
sucks.
because you've got a better chance of getting another A school if you're going subs than if you were surface. If you don't, because you're likely to end up just out in the fleet as a striker if you go surface. But
What's
That's
a
better.
striker?
Yeah, there we go.
undesignated seaman.
Yeah, it means you're a warm body that is going to be told to, here, you're going to this department in this division because we need a body there.
Because
Oh, yeah.
anybody
My recruiter
I
did tell
knew,
me. My recruiter
anybody-
did tell me. Oh, sorry.
I said anybody I knew who didn't make it out of A school and was surface went it out as an undesignated striker. Everybody else who didn't make it through the new A school, but had volunteered subs, got new A schools. That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
Recruiter did warn me I was fucked if I did not pass A school. My recruiter did warn me about that. My recruiter didn't sugarcoat anything. He was like, "All right, I'm getting out in a few years. I don't give a fuck what you do. I don't give a fuck if you join."
Scroll down.
You know,
A recruiter getting out, man, that would be a great one. He doesn't really have anything to go for. Maybe
he was also really happy to see me sign the sub paperwork.
Well,
He
yeah.
was really happy to see.
Yeah, again, the more special the job that you sign up for, you make it through, he gets more money.
That's true, but it's because he was sub duty too.
You should said duty.
Duty. Duty.
Sub recruiter? That's an interesting one.
Well,
It
he's
happens.
not specifically for
Yeah, I'm
sub.
saying that doesn't happen very often. But.
Yeah, he didn't get instructor.
What?
No, so subfleet nuke especially, you have a seashore rotation. However, your shore duties end up being special duties, which means instructing, recruiting, or drill instructor. RDC.
He was a coner though. My recruiter was a coner.
Oh, okay. I thought he was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he was a coner.
Yeah, it's still the same. Your shore duty options for someone sub-fleet, no matter the specialty on the boat, is instructor or another special duty.
If I
Like
was
that.
really lucky, instructor was a great one to get if I were to re-enlist and it cycled ashore. Instructor would have been great. Unfortunately, as an FT, all the other options weren't very pleasant.
Yeah.
So, so what do you mean by shore sea rotation? So,
each rate has like expected amount of expected number of months you do sea and expected number of months you do shore.
Deployable, non-deployable.
Right.
And so aviation is actually a really good demonstration of this, because it will make sense when you hear it this way. So me being an AT, my rotation was 5 years deployable, 3 years shore duty as an E5. So in order to get to a shore duty, I had to do 5 years of sea duty, of deployable billets. And now that could have been ship's company or what they call the opdets. C opdet, van opdet, P3 opdet. I am deployable attached to a shore station, but I am deployable. So with that rotation, do those years on sea time, then you can go to a shore station where, as aviation, I could go to a shore facility, work at the intermediate maintenance detachment there, work essentially a 9 to 5, and never have to worry about deploying for the length of my tour there. However, a lot of your ship rates, a lot of your sub rates, your options for shore duty are the IMF if you're lucky. If you're lucky to be in a rate and at a pay grade that there is an intermediate maintenance facility posting open, you could do that. Or your only other options for shore duty are instructor, recruiter, RDC, or some other special billet that is not rate specific.
The only one I wouldn't want is RDC.
Why not? I'd rather do RDC over recruiting. The problem with recruiting is you have to meet your performance goals, or you are no longer a recruiter and you're sent back to sea duty.
Our rotation and my rate was based upon where you were in the rotation and not your actual grade. So, like you'd first get out to sea, you were at sea 4 years. So you re-enlist, you cycle to shore, you're 3 years on shore, then you do another 4 years at sea. Then after that, it's 3 and 3 after the second.
Can somebody tell me the sea shore rotation of a nuke?
Again, your shore duty options are going to be limited to instructor. Well, actually, as a nuke, you have a better shot at IMF, because that's actually what my dad did for his last tour. He was the senior enlisted at the IMF in Groton.
Okay.
So that was his shore duty. They dangled the second star in front of him to keep him in and say, hey, we're going to give you E9 if you stay in. What's the catch? Oh, you got to go back to the boat. No thanks. Bye-bye. So,
I mean,
so your nuke seashore rotation, you're going to be in the similar 4 or 5 years sea, and then 2 to 3 years shore duty, which that shore duty, if you're able to go to a shore duty, is most likely going to be a special duty,
right,
being the rate that you're in.
Let's say I like sea duty or whatever. Would I be able to just sign up for sea duty again?
Yes. yes, they will always take you on a deployable billet. They will never tell you no on that.
Has anybody ever done that where they're just like, I don't want shore duty, just send me back to sea?
Be honest, if I'd re-enlisted, I would have done that. There's no fucking way I was going to shore.
Yeah, there are people that do it, and actually, it's a good way to, if you're staying career, it is a good thing to have that you are in those positions and doing that job and deploying, because it gets your award points up. It gets the visibility that, hey, this guy is actually doing the mission that we needed to. He's not just running to shore duty every chance he gets, kind of thing.
Right. Because I don't think I'd like to be a recruiter, an instructor. I don't think I'd like any of that. I just think I'd like to be attached to the boat. That's something I'd have to say later on, but just seeing it as who I am.
And it also depends on personal changes away from the boat, too. You get a family, that's going to factor in majorly.
Right.
Because you're not going to want to relocate as often, especially once you have kids. So getting stationed in an area where you can go from command to command to command without relocating off the same base is a lot easier to do subfleet. Because that's actually what my dad did. He did recruiting duty in Michigan when I was little, and then transferred to the Dallas out of Groton. That's what brought us to Connecticut, and then from there he just bounced back and forth between the sub school and one of the boats that were there until he got to the IMF, and he ended up at the IMF for the last 5.5, almost 6 years that he was in.
What?
If I had re-enlisted, I would have had, because we had 4.5. We actually had 4.5 years, because it was 56 months of sea tour in our first rotation. So.
Hey, Jared.
Yeah.
Read Fred Knott's comment in the live chat.
Oh yeah, I'm just wondering what the hell Ross was chewing on tonight. If he had gotten back into the shrooms or decided something else.
Who's Ross?
Flat Earth Austin. Yeah, Ross Thatcher. Went special level of stupid. Light doesn't have a speed unless it's man-made light. Hang on. Tasty, can you tell the difference between a photon from the sun and a photon from a light bulb?
No. You can't. The only
Not
difference
easily.
is that the only difference between a light bulb, light coming from a light bulb, like man-made light, and the sun, is a light bulb doesn't lit out a whole spectrum. It lets out, like, I'm speaking LEDs here, but like an LED sets out one specific wavelength. That's the only difference.
Bunch of wavelengths.
Unless you look at them by their spectra.
Well, yeah, and that's where I was going with it, is not easily. And Sean Carroll has it right. Give me a spectrometer, and I can. But without that, fuck no.
Jared, and that's, it depends on whether you want to look at one photon or
a group. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing is a photon is a photon is a photon is a photon. You can tell the source of it by the characteristics of the photon that you're measuring, but you generally need a bunch of them to be able to do that.
So what is the actual pass rate of the nuke school?
Has it gotten above 50% yet?
I don't know. Is it that high?
And no, we're not just saying that to mess with you. It actually is the hardest intellectually benchmarked school in the military.
Did they ever tear down some of the barracks that were 2 stories high so people wouldn't jump out their windows to commit suicide?
Oh, wait. They had to do that?
They were talking about when I was in.
Yeah, you're going to hear a lot of scuttlebutt like that. That's not necessarily true, but it sounds plausible.
Jared, what was the pass rate like for your for your A school?
So, Jared, I'm gonna hear a lot of water fountain about it.
85, 86%. About that.
That's bloody good.
Well, and part of it is we have a lot of aviation squadrons, and we have a lot of material and a lot of turnover. So, they really couldn't set the bar too high to justify having that bit go on. But we did have a fair amount of people rock out. From my class, we lost 3 out of 3 out of 30 rocked out. A couple of them cycled back through and ended up going O level instead of I level. So you have shifting changes there, and because of the way mine was, one class could end up feeding 3 different rates, 3 different groups.
Yeah, but no, I was just thinking because we did. I assume we did reasonably similar levels of trade, and I look at the pass out from trade training, which is essentially the same as your A school, and we started with 2 courses, and we finished with about half a course.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I just looked it up. About 80% is the attrition rate.
Wait, 80% attrition or 80% pass?
Attrition.
So 20% pass.
Yep.
First time attrition or complete attrition?
Okay, so for your A school class, you have about 10 failures. Of about 30, you have about 20, maybe more passing. Power school,
Did you get it from Quora?
For power school, you have about 300 going through and about 230 pass. And then this is where the guy doesn't really make sense. So prototype's usually where people fail, it looks like.
Yeah, there's a lot of drops in prototype.
You get a funnel effect where.
Also, did he factor any? Because there's another thing that kind of I don't know if it still happens, but it happened when I was in that. They actually, there was a grade to pass A school in the new program, and there was a grade to be eligible to enter power school. So there was actually people who passed the nuclear field A schools, but didn't have a GPA high enough to get into power school. They would end up getting cross-rated. They were kind of like a weird limbo group. I don't know if they still have that or not.
You're good, but not quite good enough.
Yeah, it was kind of weird.
Oh wow, how'd you find my? Yeah, that I did. I was reading from Quora, but it was from a nuke.
Yeah, it's not hard to find. Mike Pack, the former electrician's mate nuclear, from 2015 to 2017, answered September 15th, 2018.
Right, but
it was also upvoted by Richard Ashmore, the former engineer of the JFK, and Tom Hawkins, former second-class sonar technician.
I'm not sure what the FT pass rate was. Our classes were so small because we were such a small rating. I don't even know what the averages were like. Because we had there's one class after me where they had the typical class size of an FTA school class when I was in was about 9-10 people.
Oh wow!
So the majority of people will pass power school, but the majority of people will drop through prototype. Right?
Yeah, prototype has a fairly high fail rate of all of them.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
In fact, a good chunk of the former nukes that I do know, in fact, are the ones that didn't make it for prototype.
Well, where's
I
your
can do
follow-up answer, Noved?
I'll
E-
prove you guys wrong. I'm gonna
ETN3.
do it. I'm gonna
Well,
do it just to prove you guys wrong.
Well, this
That's a good
guy named
attitude to have.
ETN3, United States Navy 2018 to present. I'm in power school at the moment, so I'm not qualified to answer past A school. My class had 18, we lost one along the way. He actually rolled into the next class, and then a few weeks later, he was cut out of the nuke program due to grades. We are told the attrition rate is only 6%, but that's just what they say. I'll answer the real question in 4 months. Never responded.
Probably because he got too busy with school.
Nope, he did. He actually, June 11th this year, actually. So now that I'm qualified all the way through, you're going to lose more through ARIs or doing other stupid things. We didn't lose any in power school, and we had some people roll back in prototype. But if you stick to studying, you'll make it through. The work isn't the hardest part. It's the mental fortitude needed to keep pushing your way through the program that will make the biggest difference. If you don't give up, no one at the school will give up on you. It really helps if you're semi-likable. They'll go above and beyond their duties to help you out. I mean, some won't, but you always have a small percentage that hate their job. Good luck to any who want to be a nuke.
Basically,
sounds about right.
Keep pushing yourself more and more, and you'll pass.
Well, that
That applies to pretty much any school, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, my rate, it fluctuates a lot, but we had such a small number. Like, our typical A school class is about 9, 10. And, like, the class before mine, they had 3 people fail in it out of a class of 9. My class had 10 in it, but only 1 failed.
So my A school numbers in my class were a bit special compared to other rates because, yeah, we had a class, consistent class sizes of right about 30 students. But that was Navy and Marines because in naval aviation, we take care of the Marine side of it as well. So half of the class was Navy, the other half were Marines.
ET also the hardest nuke rate?
It's the one that has the longest pipeline because it has the longest day school of the 3. Like if you go into boot camp with other nukes and they're EMs and MMs, they're going to be in power school before you are, because your A school is going to take longer.
EMs were also 6 months.
So there's variation there. And here's something to keep in mind, though, too. I was an AT, essentially the aviation version of an ET, and my A school took me to almost my 1-year mark in the Navy. Between boot, A school, and then the 1.5 month long C school that I had, FRAMP, the NEC school after, I got to my first permanent duty station not even 3 weeks before my 1-year anniversary. I joined at the beginning of September. I reported into Jacksonville middle of August.
So, what doesn't ET work on like small electronics or something?
Depends on the specialty, but advanced electronics is what the ETs do. EMs do a step broader than that, where they'll do some box stuff, but also interconnections. And same thing, AT to AE is the way to look at that from what I saw in my experiences. So the intermediate level ATs, we did all box level repair. So a weapons replacement assembly, a box out of the aircraft would be pulled. That box is sent to us to evaluate and repair. The organization level guys, the squadron level guys, were the ones who troubleshot the entire system that was failing down to that box. They pull box, go to supply, get new box, put in aircraft, make go. Your AEs did the generators and cabling and some of the instruments with the ATs. At the squadron level, there was a lot of overlap between the AEs and ATs, but traditionally speaking, the way the rates are named, I was an aviation electronics technician. Your AE is an aviation electrician's mate. A lot of wiring, power generation, power control. And the ATs did the more advanced stuff, the more computer-based stuff.
Right.
As a basis.
Because I don't have steady hands, I cannot do solder joints and stuff because I don't have the steady enough hands.
Practice.
Yeah, practice.
Is that what they'll do in my A school? If that is a part of my A school, it's just practice.
Most nuke ETs do go through 2M. So
yeah.
What's 2M?
Micro-miniature soldering. Micro-min repair. We
went through that school too. FTs did at the time, and we were in school with nukes.
Yeah, not all ATs do micro-min, but all ATs do get an introduction to soldering in A school.
I can do simple soldering. I can't do really, really tiny shit.
Oh, the multi-level boards.
Oh, you'll learn. They can teach you, trust me.
Yeah, they can. Now, here's the nice thing with the micro-min is you're actually given and use a proper setup. Microscope, hood, lights, tweezers, everything that you could need to do it right.
Yeah, there's a whole set of tools you've probably never messed with that you're going to get to learn doing
that.
So.
All right.
Yeah, micro-min isn't that hard. It's actually pretty fun. But to me, it was a bit boring because it was kind of basic as someone else did the stuff, and now I'm just swapping a component for you. No thanks. I want to actually troubleshoot the entire thing and get to that, and then do the replacement myself.
You know, Jared, it's funny you talk about your pipeline because it's kind of like my pipeline I went through doesn't exist anymore. Because they do something very differently now. Because they, how they actually train in the sub stuff is they actually just have a general list. People can't, you can't enlist as an FT or a ET or a sonar tech anymore. They have just a set of fields. They just call them submarine electronic computer fields.
Yeah.
So you do this initial training and stuff, and then they send you off to ST or FT or IT or
they branch you off. Well, it's the same thing with the aviation. They started a pilot program like that when I went through A school, where I didn't go to ATA school. I was slated for AV Common Core, which was the combined training that was the foundation for I and O level AT and AEs. And
I don't agree. I don't disagree with it. In fact, I think it's funny because I thought it was hilarious and a little bit of waste of time when I was in, because we had separate FTA and STA and ETA, and we had RMA schools back then too, because the RM rate still existed.
Yep.
We had the exact same classes being taught in totally different buildings.
To different rates, yeah.
To different rates, yeah.
Yeah, and they the Navy actually got smart, started combining that stuff with your Common Core pipelines for different rates. But here's where it's interesting is on the aviation side, they went with tried to go a little more trick with it, to where when you would class up for core, you wouldn't know where your class was designated to go until you actually showed up in class on the first day, and that was if your instructor was lucky enough to tell you and had found out already. But there were at the time they were still doing combined training down in Pensacola for all of the A schools, and now they've diversified that out.
Well, from what I understand, they piecemeal it, kind of similar what they did to us when we transferred from our A to C schools. Because when you went in and started your training, you're not necessarily with the same people the entire time.
Yeah.
So especially FTs, especially at the time, nowadays they have one fire, every single ship uses the same fire control system nowadays.
Mm.
Isn't
But
it like
when I was in, we had, let me think, what we had,
About a
5
dozen.
different fire control systems in use. This is just submarines.
Oh yeah.
On the 3 classes of submarines in service at the time, there were 5 different fire control systems.
Yeah. And so the way it ended up working is you would class up, your class would be slated for a particular path. However, if you were one of the top 2 students at the end of core, you could pick which of the specific rates you would go to, be it AE, ATI, or ATO. If you were Navy, if you were a Marine, nah, you were stuck. It didn't matter.
That would never work, because, like, especially my rate, like, get to FTs, we're tiny.
Yeah. Well, but no, coming out of
raw numbers.
Well, yeah, coming out of core, it's one of those what's available, and if it'd be one of those, well, if FT were available and there was a spot open in the next upcoming class, then hey, someone could slot in. But if it's not available, yeah, you're kind of stuck. You can stay with one of these others.
We were small. Typically, like, like a Los Angeles class, there are like 7 of them.
Yeah, no, we were... My division was 300 people.
My division was 7. That's including the chief.
Yeah, my division was more than 2 entire crews of your boat.
8 if you're lucky enough to actually have a division officer.
Oh yeah, if Chief wasn't pulling double duty in that respect.
Yeah, I was on. See, when I first got to the boat, I got there in May of '93. We didn't actually finally get a strike officer assigned till it was May of '95. I got there. Didn't get a strike officer assigned till June of '96.
Oh wow.
The chief was pulling double duty as strike officer. But technically, the strike officer is the division officer of both the FT and TM divisions. So. The sonar techs, on the other hand, they have their own division officer for some reason.
Also, I want to be a red stripe chief, though. That is another goal of mine.
Then be nuke.
What? I have to be a nuke at that point, right?
Nukes have the highest opportunity for it.
That'd be the easiest one, yeah. Because you'd have a pretty good chance. Like, well, first of all, E3 out of boot camp, E4 out of A school. I think they're like one of the. I think they might be the only rating still doing that.
Yep.
There's a whole bunch of them back when I went. The only rate that still does that.
What do you do as a master chief as a nuke?
If you think about the math, you could have time and rate to take E5 exam before you're out of power school. So, especially as a nuke ET, given how long your pipeline is, so you could get out to your first ship as an E5 potentially.
Yeah, that's actually what my dad did. He got to his first boat as an E5, and then it was right at the 8-year mark is when he pinned on Chief.
And am I right that E6 is 36?
Yeah, it's 3 years. It's 3 years from E5.
So,
I'm trying to remember. I've been out for 20 years.
What's the quickest you can get Master Chief? Isn't it 12 years or something close to there?
Well, isn't it another 36 as E6 before E7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're looking at... let's say you get E5 out of your full training. So E5 at 2 years. Then at year 5, you can go for E6. At year 8, you can go for Chief. So that's where it's going to be tough to be a single stripe chief, but red chief, oh yeah.
Another thing too is
timing of you joining
submarine commanding officers generally get at least one advance, one stripe ad a year that they can give to somebody.
Oh yeah,
more
the cap.
More often than not, it's one of the nukes.
Yep.
So, in theory, my pipeline.
In theory, you could make you wouldn't be able to do that to E6 or to E7, but you'd be able to do that to E6. So in theory, you could get out to the boat as an E5, potentially
cap to E6.
If you brown nosed enough and all that shit as a nuke.
I could
get a stripe
years.
granted to you by the CO to be an E6, and then 36 months later, you
get
be in line to
E7.
start doing Chief. So,
All right, guys, I gotta drop out.
Which means I would highly suggest, especially if you're looking at COJ, which means if you're looking at that, I would highly recommend taking college courses during that time before then. Especially if you want to look good at the Chiefs board, you're going to want shit like that.
Yeah, if you're going up to the Chiefs board early, you need to have a lot of extra shit to make it to where the board is going to want to bring you in. And this is where, had I stayed in, I was a shoe-in. I would have made Chief easy as long as I made board, because EPs and MPs across the board. Arduous sea duty forward deployed. And there is a bit of politics. At the time I would have been going for Chief, still would have had the family name recognition.
I don't know if I could have gone for Chief. I absolutely do not like the idea of politics.
Yeah.
That's where you have to start playing politics when you're trying to go to E7.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I got the fuck out, because I saw the politics increasing and getting to even lower pay grades. I was like, no, fuck this. If you're going to start acting like the private sector, you need to pay me like it. Oh, you can't? Bye-bye. I'm going to get my money, bitches.
So, with Nuke, or with Chief, how long does it take to go to Senior Chief, or is it just
3 years again? And even then,
another board,
another board, and Master Chief again, minimum 3 years, and another board. My dad was at 23 years in after making E7 at 8 years. It took him another 15 years before he was possibly going to be a Master Chief.
Hitting up to E6 is like everything at E6 is just, passing advancement exams and your evals. But once you start going to E7, everything becomes political after that. And E8 and then E9, everything's just.
It's not about how good you do your job. It's about how likable you are.
No, I did a little bit. It's how well on paper you do your job, and so how your eval is written, what it actually says, your write-ups, because they're part of your board package. Now, see, here's the thing. I was never supposed to know this, but I already fucking knew because I'm a curious motherfucker, and people would answer my questions. Part of your application to the board, part of your package that goes to the Chiefs board when you get notification that you pass the test and you need to submit, is essentially a verified, updated copy of your entire service record with your career narrative.
What do you mean? Like, what do you plan to do for
your career narrative up to that point, what you did, where you did it, like from I joined out of this town for this A school at this point, I was at this rank in A school, and when I graduated A school, I then was stationed here, and here, and the career highlights at each point, pretty much. The narrative.
How much credit you could take from your junior people?
Yeah. Here's the thing. Your narrative, that narrative that you put, that cover sheet to your package, is going to determine whether or not they look further. So that's step 1 of the board process. They're taking all these packages because it's not just your rate that they're going
Kind
through.
of like when you're job hunting and you want to have a really good cover sheet. That's
Yeah,
kind of the equivalent of it.
I would going back-to-back sea duty help me get to chief?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would that look really good for a chief board?
Depending on your performance there and how well you're able to write the narrative from it, yes.
Once again, there's a lot of politics when you're talking about chief boards. So.
And a lot of the politicking is done aboard ship.
Yeah.
Because when people are at shore duties, fuck you, I'm going home.
So basically, get nuts to butts with the with all the chiefs and.
But not too much. You got to caress it. You got to be nice to it. You got to be loving to it. But you can't just dive right in there. No.
Well, there's no way to dive in, so just write that off.
No. You don't kiss it. You get to know it. You nuzzle up to it. You find out about it, and then you start getting intimate with it. You can't rush it, because if you rush it, they're going to see through you and slam the door in your face.
Is there a way to do it just by taking things your own time and stuff, or do you kind of gotta suck up to everybody to get chief?
No, well, no. There are people who make chief simply because they're shit-hot performers. That was the track I was going down, but the political landscape was changing because they didn't want people like me making chief too quick.
Well, to be fair, though, is like...
It's hard.
Yeah,
it's hard.
You're either doing the professional route or you're sucking up. Sucking up, though, it's kind of like what Jared was talking about. Everything has to be very finesse, because you have to suck up without actually looking like you're sucking up.
So, like, buy somebody a drink now and then. Don't make it look too...
No. Even that, it's more, hey, I know this is coming up. Do you want me to take care of that for you?
Right. And just look like you're trying to help, be a helpful person, but when actuality you're trying to get in the chief. And
It's a lot of finesse.
It's like the Salt Bay meme. You gotta do it perfectly.
Yeah, because here's the thing. It takes a very fine and delicate touch to do it right. But if you do it wrong, it's not just a little wrong. It's majorly fucking wrong. There is no margin for error if you're going to try that route. If you're trying to do it from the more the true professional, hard charger, getting the job done and learning everything I can route, you get more latitude because they see, hey, he's really trying. He really wants this. Yeah, kind of fucks up every now and then, but he learns from it and doesn't fuck up that way again. But you're not going to make as many potential beneficial friends that way, because it really is political, like office landscape political. A lot of it's just a different environment and a different type of work and actions that go into it. Again, the reason why I was like, you know what, if you guys want me to act like this, you need to pay me more. Well, we can't do that. We can't just promote you. It's like, well, then I'm going to go where someone can pay me. You won't make nearly as much. A year later, I'm emailing my old CO. Yeah, remember how you said I wouldn't make nearly as much? Wait a minute. What did you make taxable this year? Oh, yeah, here, I made more.
I think it was hilarious. I have a friend I was in high school with. He he actually started out as a damage controlman. At some point in time, managed to land a cross rate into RM.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And then in the whole transition, eventually became an IT. He stayed in a full he was in 28 years total before he retired. Yeah, he got out. IT1, never did chief. So, but yeah, he's like 6 figures now.
Yeah, and it's hilarious how they're a lot of commanders, because they want to keep their retention numbers looking good, which does factor into whether or not they go from the commander's oak leaf to the full bird captain. They want to keep reenlistment numbers and retention numbers good, and someone like me laughs at them. It's like, no, I'm not helping you.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard. That's why they have such high reenlistment mode in certain rates. Is like there's just certain rates where you've gotten all this military training in this rate, and like there's so many transferable skills into very high paying fields outside. That's what drives the reenlistment bonuses up. FT was like that when I was in. It's not quite like that anymore because to be honest, FT has been nerfed now because a lot of our stuff has gone off to ITs, like ITS, the ITS rate. But like our reenlistment bonus, it was funny. It would fluctuate every 6 years.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
it's really high, and then it'd be non-existent, and then it'd be really high. And it was pretty much because
the number of people getting out.
Well, it was all and then the fact that the military didn't know how to do anything right, didn't do anything and with any sense. Because what happened is like, okay, we're overstaffed. Okay, well, no reenlistment bonuses. Okay, no reenlistment bonus. Why the hell should anybody stay? So they leave. Oh, we're undermanned. Okay, well, we need more people in there, so we're gonna hit the recruiters hard. They need to enlist more people. Give them higher bonuses for enlisting these people. Give higher reenlistment bonuses. Oh, magically, look, a lot of people are reenlisting. We're overstaffed. Okay, well, the reenlistment.
Yeah,
it's a try to balance it out, or is that just too much work?
No,
they never balance out. It just goes up and down like that repeatedly over and over again.
So here's the thing. Towards the middle and end of my time in, that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to right-size the Navy to stop those sorts of ebbs and flows. And their first step, their first try to correct that, they messed with the factoring of the promotions to where simply biding your time in rate now mattered more than actually knowing what the fuck you're doing. So a lot of the hard charging junior guys who might have stayed in and, been actually beneficial to the service staying on active duty, we saw that shit and it's like, no, fuck you. I can go get paid more elsewhere. Bye-bye. Because they were retaining people who had stagnated and didn't want to go further, and kind of forced them to go higher, and it backfired. A lot of their decisions on how to manage these change on personnel matters, they never fails. Their first couple attempts to correct a situation like that, they always screw it up, and it takes years for them to correct it. And if you're at a critical point in your career like I was when that happened, it does factor in and end up pushing out a lot of people who otherwise should have been campaigned to stay in. But no, they screwed the pooch and keep the people that they shouldn't have, while letting the people that they should have kept in, they let them walk.
It's like trying to helm a ship where all you ever do is put the rudder hard left and hard right, or hard right.
Yeah, you just don't do that because it's not going to get you where you need to go. It's going to do more damage than good.
A way that I would explain it to someone with the know-how is it's like a bad PID loop, because a good PID loop, you get an initial overcorrection in one direction and then an undercorrection coming back the other way. But beyond that error deflection gets significantly less and less and less and less until you have such minute changes that you barely notice it. The Navy especially never gets beyond those first two initial corrections. It's like, holy shit, we missed the mark, ran it back in. Fuck, now we're missing short. Okay, let's go back the other way. Shit, we missed far.
That's actually a general thing, is just how you don't have long-term leadership in the military, if you think about it. Because think about when the cycles like that happen, you've like the entire command structure has changed that time frame. So when the next one's coming out to correct, and they do the overcorrection, it's because
I gotta make a
they
name
weren't
for
there-
myself.
They weren't around the last time the cycle.
Or you have the brass that's like, oh, I gotta make a name for myself, so I gotta make a splash.
Right.
I'm gonna make this big decision. And there's a reason why I am glad I got out when I did, because the incoming CNO as I was leaving was an admiral that I used to work for, and the guy was a fucking dumbass.
Didn't know how to lead. Who was it?
Greenert.
I've heard things about him from a friend.
Yeah, he was Pacific Fleet. He was one of the admirals of the Pacific Fleet, specifically out of Yokosuka when I got there, and I saw the decisions that were coming down from his desk, and I was like, no. That dude was totally in it for himself. He was doing shit just to make it look like he was doing something, not whether or not it would actually be effective. It's like, oh, look, I'm doing something. Look, sweeping changes. And then I heard he was nominated for CNO. I'm like, holy fuck, I'm glad I'm getting out.
I was in. Let's see, we had started with Kelso, then Borda, and then Johnson.
You know what, I'm gonna hold up because I know. CNO list.
Could I, as a nuke, would I be able to get a special duty on the Constitution?
Out of basic training, yes, it will delay the rest of your career if they let you do it.
Is that a good thing to do, or is it pointless?
If you're in the nuke pipeline, they're unlikely to let you do that. I'll just say that right now.
Oh, no. Sorry, I was off by one. It wasn't just Greenert that I had the problem with. It was the one before him, too. Fucking Gary Roughhead. He was flag on the Blue Ridge when I got to Japan. Greenert was the one who replaced him. Greenert pretty much just fucking followed Roughhead's path the entire way. But so, to give you an idea, so Tech and I were in for close to the same amount of time. He had, what was it, 2 CNOs?
3.
Yeah,
Also was CNO when I started boot camp. Through most of my schooling and first getting to the boat, I had Borda and then Johnson the rest of my time.
Yeah, well, that's right. Borda only did 2 years. That's why.
Yeah.
How long does a CNO usually stay in?
It's supposed to be a 4-year term, but like Mullen, so I joined. I had Clark.
Generally, to either he retires or generally till he retires. I mean, he could technically stay longer. That they're generally. I mean, they're an appointment by the president. So.
Well, right. yeah, they're appointed by the president. They're supposed to be appointed for the term of the presidency. Typically, they're supposed to match up.
They generally retire after about 4 years, irrespective. Well, between 3 and 4 years, they generally retire.
Yeah, so. Well, like Clark, fucking Vern Clark, the CNO when I fucking joined was
he was in a while.
5 years. 5 years. He took the office in July of 2000, and July of 2005, right before I went to Japan, is when he left. And then he was followed by Mullen. Mullen wasn't bad, but Mullen was only there for 2 years.
Only one other had served longer than that, I think. I'm trying to think about it.
Yeah, Zumwalt, right?
Mullen was a dick.
Yes.
Burke was 6 years. About.
Is it Burke? Yep. Burke was just shy of 6 years.
If you want a ship named after you in the Navy, just be a CNO for a very long time.
Yeah, Burke was the longest served.
Mullen went from CNO to chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and conveniently, the house where the CNO lives is also where Mullen wanted to continue living, so the CNO had to find another resident.
Yeah, I kind of got the feeling that Mullen was a dick.
I can't tell you how many times I drove that man to church, dropped him off. He didn't look at us. He didn't talk to us. He didn't say thank you. We'd pick him back up, bring him back, and he wouldn't say a word to us.
What? So you used to drive him around?
I was on a security detail.
Did you hate it?
Security as a whole, or working for him?
Working for him.
He pretended like we didn't exist.
So
he's a dick.
Yeah.
It's hard accepting that you're willing to take a bullet for a man that won't even turn around and say, "Thanks, guys, have a good day," as you drop him off at church.
Well, here's the thing. Did he even know your names?
Oh, God, no.
Yeah, exactly. But then Mullen was replaced by, Gary Roughhead.
Oh, you're talking CNO.
As CNO. Yeah. No, Roughhead, and oh my god. A lot of the bullshit that I had to deal with in Japan was directly because of Roughhead.
I'm kind of a fan of Roughhead. Just saying.
Why?
Wait, was his name actually?
Oh, you're
Roughhead
talking
or
the
is that the
person,
nickname?
not the act.
Yes,
Sorry.
Admiral Gary Roughhead.
Misunderstanding.
That name is unfortunate.
I don't remember. We didn't really have a lot of bullshit going on under Kelso, Borda, and Johnson. So
Yeah, it's almost like people knew how to fucking control themselves.
But Verbal, you know my issue.
Oh my god, do you guys remember that, I'm sorry to go on a tangent, but do you remember that Army-Navy football game ad, We Give a Ship?
I do not. But you know what? We've been going for 4 hours. I'm going to go ahead and cut off the live portion because...
And I recognize the issues. I'm sure there's a soundbite out about this.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, Jay left, but I have a feeling he's going to come back later and try to clip it.
Flip what?
There's a banana and a reflex somewhere in there.
Now, did we ever decide, was it just going to be the 3 or 4?
Fuck y'all, it's just me now.
I'm traveling too, bitch.
Oh,
I'm sorry if I got to the finish line first. Winner.
Oh, it's not who gets there first. It's who gets there best.
No, it's who gets there in style.
Best.
Well, we'll just see.
Where are you all going?
Let me
I
put it.
can't even function over here.
Let me put it this way, Furball. It's not always about the speed.
Sometimes you just got to bring a nightstick to the fight.
You know, 2 words. Well, so it'll be 3 words, but there are 2 important words that you got to remember: tempo and intensity.